You know what time it is. What's good, everyone? Divine Sense Boxing back in the building. Salute to everyone who's dropping in early, man. It is that time. No more talk. It's about to put whatever situation these two gentlemen have, put it to rest tonight in the boxing ring. And, the fight build up has been very entertaining. And I'm sure that you're looking forward to it just as much as I am, man. And hey, look, something extravagant might happen tonight, man. I don't know. I have a little tingling feeling. My little spider senses are kicking in, man. I feel like something might kick off tonight. But hey, we are in here to witness it and be a part of another beautiful night of boxing, another fight that will hopefully go down memory lane amongst all the other beautiful boxing events that we have witnessed. First, give a shout out to my man Mangus Allen, the first one in the building. What's good, man? Demon Kennedy, what's good, man? Good to see you. My man Cowarnello, what's good, bro? Every time I read your name, man, you make me crack up. We got Vonald's Crew Clips. What's good, man? We got C Reets 357. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, man. But nonetheless, man, good to see you in here. Freddie Ruger in the building. Shout out to my man Freddie out there dropping pen to pad. My man out there writing some nice music and dropping some nice tracks. So I've been enjoying it, man. Make sure y'all check out my man Freddie. If y'all like some nice hip hop, go over to Freddie's page, man. He's out there putting in that work. Who else we got in here? We got my man Omega Red. We already know Omega Red's going to drop in, man. Also an official member of the channel. Shout out to my man Omega. King of Kings Boxing. Always good to have you. Blue Huntus also in the building. Don Dada. What's good, bro? Always good to see you, man. We got Mighty Ape Waldo. How you doing? We got Don. What's good? Jeremiah King. Good to see you. My man Don wants to drop in that super sticker to kick it off tonight. Of the, he appreciates, and he's always a part of the live commentary. I appreciate you, Don, and thank you for being the first one tonight to kick off the super stickers or super chats. So I believe the co-main event just finished up. I was watching it loosely and not really paying attention too much because you know what I'm saying. I had to set up this live and get ready to commentate, man. You guys know how I do it. A lot of you guys have consistently been a part of a lot of these live commentaries. We know we get lit in here. A lot of times these commentaries blow up. You know, when we get up to 5, 6, 700, 800 people, and that's how we do it, man. And this is what I'm most known for. And I appreciate you guys being the foundation of the people who have always appreciated the hard work that I put into this, especially being able to commentate, give punch by punch commentary, and also score the fight accordingly. So I appreciate you guys. I'm also going to drop a poll in the chat like I always do. Let me see here just real quick. You guys know what the poll is going to be, man. It's who you got. Y'all can vote. We got tank by stoppage, tank by. I'm going to change that because I usually put unanimous decision, but this is boxing, bro. You never know what the hell it's going to be. It could be majority, it could be split. So it'll be decision, any type of decision. So I'm going to go ahead and drop that into the poll now. Y'all go ahead and vote. Let me know what you think. And I see some of you going ahead and enjoying the odds of this fight, right? So my man Demon said earlier, like, yo, I think Tank's going to win, but this is boxing. You never know what's going to happen. I went ahead and put $20 on Rolly just in case he pulls the upset. I'm going to get paid a little bit. I feel you. I do that sometimes, especially when the odds are very attractive. I think the last time I did that was Caleb Plant and Canelo. I think I put like 50 on Plant, something like that, because I thought, well, first off, the odds were very nice, and I thought Plant had a real chance. And the first 5 or 6 rounds, I was like, damn, I'm about to get paid because Caleb Plant was looking real nice. And then, of course, I didn't get paid. So I took a break. I said, you know what, man, I can't. I'm tired of putting money down on shit. But, put a little bit of money, put a little something down and see what you come out with. Raw Dot, the prophet in the building. Yeah, man, it should be automatic. As soon as you guys come in, that like button should be jabbed, uppercutted, left hooked, whatever your favorite punch is. Put that on the like button. Like I said, man, that should be automatic, man. Show the love and appreciation. Get the likes all the way up. Let the people know we're in here talking boxing. Every time you hit that like button, that means that you love boxing and you appreciate the content as well. People are starting to file in here one by one. If you guys are just dropping in, man, I appreciate you. And we're about to get it cracking, man. The main event is right around the corner, I believe. Or is there one more fight? Is there one more fight? Is it Erislandy Lara and Gary O'Sullivan? Are they fighting on this card? If they are, then I guess that would be the co-main event. So we're a little bit ways away from the main event. I thought the main event was next, but they're showing Erislandy Lara right now and Gary O'Sullivan on the screen right now. I'm watching the Showtime version of this. So okay. So I guess we got to wait a little bit longer. It's good to see Erislandy Lara back in there, man. It's been a while since we've seen him. Yes, it's coming up next. Okay, coming up next, Erislandy Lara versus Gary O'Sullivan for the WBA middleweight championship bout, 12-round fight. So yeah, okay. So we got, this is, I guess, the co-main event then. It's good to see Lara back in the ring. Gary O'Sullivan, I'm a little bit surprised he got this match. I think his last fight, he got knocked out by David Lemieux in the first round. Interesting. Well, nonetheless, man, we gotta put some support out there for Erislandy Lara, a guy who, quite frankly, didn't get enough credit I believe he deserved, especially within the past, 5 to 10 years. Having that loss to Canelo kind of set him back a little bit, unfortunately, and that's the way it goes sometimes, right? You get a big shot or big chance to fight somebody of credibility and notable name, you come up a little bit short, it's like you go back into the back of the line, and that's unfortunate because I actually thought Laura won that fight. But it is what it is, man. We in here talking about Canelo, man, so nobody should be surprised. Yeah. And by the way, man, go ahead and, share the live stream to friends and family, people who love boxing and people who you think would appreciate, live commentary, people who would appreciate, you know, just the love of boxing and being part of something, be part of something real, a real community out here. And so share the video on your Twitters, your Facebooks, and that's how we grow the voice of boxing. We'll grow the community and grow the family here at Divine Sense Boxing, and as a whole, right? Because if you're connected with me, then you're obviously going to be connected with some of the other great channels out here, like Drew Titan, Champside, Blue Blood 78, and many others who are a part of this beautiful voice of boxing. So always share and let people know. And a lot of people are not aware of what we do out here. You know what I mean? So that's important. That's important. And anybody out there who is watching the fight and listening to my commentary, I appreciate you. But anybody out there who cannot watch the fight at all, maybe you're at work, maybe you're on the go, maybe you got things going on, maybe you can't get the stream up, maybe you ain't got no damn internet, so you're on your phone, whatever it is, man, let me know in the chat. The people who cannot watch the fight, but you're relying on my commentary to give you guys the updates and punch by punch analysis, let me know in the chat. I always like to know anytime I go live commentating on these fights who is not able to watch it, because I don't know, man. It just kind of motivates me just a little bit more to be able to give you guys the poignant and genuine and real and amazing commentary. You know what I mean? So let me know in the chat. I appreciate you. What's up, Jarnell Marquez, man? Shout out to the Philippines. Thanks for dropping by. How you doing, God? It's good to see you. K-Rod, I see you, bro. Yeah, we'll do open panel. I'll open the panel like I always do, bro, at the end of the fight, man. I'll let people come in and give their thoughts. But when I go live, when I commentate on the fight live, I gotta do it solo, bro, because with other people on the panel, it gets all muddled, and it's just not my thing. I know other people do that on their channels, but for me, I take this really seriously, and I got to be hyper focused. And if I have other people on the panel, then I feel like, how can I say, like a little bit guilty. Like I want people to chime in, but if I do that, then it knocks me off my rhythm, knocks me off my flow. So I got to do it solo so I can stay hyper focused. And then when the fight's over, I'll open it up. I'll drop the link into the chat like I always do. Anybody who wants to come in and drop their thoughts, then you're welcome to do so. And I think there will be some exciting things to talk about after the fight's over tonight too. So be on the lookout. If you have your Saturday night free and you're chilling, what I'm saying, be a part of this and wait until the aftermath, because I have a feeling, like I said, it's gonna be popping. So definitely get comfortable. Rada, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. DP Rock in the building. What's good, man? All right, if you guys are all just tuning in a little bit late, we got Arislandi Laura and Gary O'Sullivan for the co-main event. And then after this fight is the main event. So make sure when you come in, you guys know the drill. Jab, left hook, uppercut, the like button, whatever your favorite punch is, do it on the like button. All right, that says that I love boxing. I appreciate the commentary. I appreciate the work. So let me go ahead and hit this like button for my man Divine Sense Boxing so we get this thing popping. Vado's Crew Clip says, I have a feeling that Rolly's going to... I think he's going to surprise us in a certain way as well. I don't think it's going to be surprise like in the sense where, say he's going to win the fight. But I think that Tank might be very alert. Very, very alert. Because I think that, Rolly's going to come out and be, super aggressive and try to hurt Tank early. And that's the thing with boxing sometimes. A guy like Rolly, right, where he's had some success early in his career. He's got a lot of knockouts. What is he? I don't remember. I'm not 100% sure. What is he, like 14-0 with 12 knockouts or something like that, or 15-0 with 13 knockouts? So he's got a lot of confidence early in his career. And for him, a guy like Tank, he may be thinking like, I'm bigger, I'm stronger. You know what I mean? I can hit hard. Tank's never saw a guy like me. So, he's going to come in, I think, very confident and try to throw bombs. So Tank's got to be alert. You know what I'm saying? He's got to have his reflexes on point and be ready for the counters. And I think he'll be able to do it. You know what I'm saying? He's got the experience. He's been doing this much longer than Rolly on a grand scale, right? He's been doing this since he was a kid. Rolly started boxing late, so I expect to see the experience. But this is boxing. You know what I mean? And Rolly's not absent in skill. He's got some talent. He definitely has a punch on him. He has some determination. And sometimes that bravado, it can either be a blessing or a curse. So far, it's been a blessing, right? That bravado, that confidence has been a blessing. It keeps him from being nervous. It keeps him confident going to the ring. And he believes in his power. But sometimes that can come and bite you in your ass when you're too confident and got too much bravado, leaking out your pores. You're going to go up against some guy who is not bothered by it, and all he's got to do is time you, right? Romero, he kind of reminds me a little bit of Mayorga, right? Just super confident, pretty big puncher, durable. You know what I'm saying? He can do some certain things. But at the same time, I do think that Rolly is a little bit more athletic than what Mayorga was. And he's not they're both kind of charismatic, and they both like to talk shit, and they both like to be a thorn in their opponent's side. But I think Mayorga was still just a little bit, on a different level. Like Mayorga, smoking cigarettes in people's faces and slapping other fighters, slapping the other fighters' wives on the ass and shit. So I think that's another level. But Rolly's not too far behind the type of shit that he's been saying about Tank. But it's not really disrespectful, though, in my opinion. It's more like he's just talking his shit. He's saying, oh, I'm going to knock you out in one round. You ain't shit. Your style ain't shit. You've been spoon-fed. You've only been in this position because of Mayweather Promotions. So he's talking his shit. It's not really disrespectful, in my opinion. And then, of course, we saw the weigh-in, right? He got nudged off. And I say the word nudged, right? Because to me, it wasn't really a push. There's a little one-arm nudge, and he falls off the damn stage. And that was hilarious. If y'all watched me go live and react to that live, I nearly fell out of my chair. That shit was hilarious. So a lot of build up, you know what I'm saying, so far leading up into this fight, and it's made it very, very exciting and compelling. And it's like, all right, so either Tank's going to shut this dude up and humble him real quick, or Rolly is going to back up what he's been saying and say, yo, I am actually the next new exciting fighter. Tank is a guy who everyone thinks the best, but he's actually not that good, and I'm going to show people. So it's going to be one way or the other, right? That's all it comes down to. It's all it comes down to. Rojai, what's up, bro? Demetrius Bright, salute to you. Good to see you, man. Victor Johnson. DTV show, what's good, man? Moon Mystic, bro. Hope I didn't miss you, man. Thanks for everyone dropping in so far. We got 60 people up in here. And how the hell are we going to have 60 people and only 30 likes, people? Like, what's going on with that equation right now? We got 60 people in here and only 30 likes. Yo. You know what I'm saying? Show some love to the content. Show some love to the channel. Hit that like button, right? If you don't hit that like button, you're telling me that actually you're not a real fan of boxing. You don't appreciate the content. You just coming in here to hit the buffet without showing any type of appreciation. Like, damn. You know what I'm saying? We got a buffet going on up in here. This is a fight party, right? This is full of boxing fans. Come in, you know what I'm saying? Drop a little love in the love box, you know what I'm saying? And say, hey, thank you for this beautiful layout of boxing, which is our buffet, right? We are indulging in beautiful boxing talk and conversations. So show some little love and appreciation and get the likes all the way up. Yeah, and I see people, you know what I'm saying? I see people, as soon as I say that, they start dropping out. It's those type of people, right? Go to a damn buffet line, trying to jump into line and not try to pay any type of appreciation for the beautiful food that's been laid out. That's how they do you. You know what I'm saying? But I don't play that shit. I don't play that shit, man. Get the likes all the way up. Damn D, what's good, bro? I'm not sure if I've seen you in here before. Maybe you're new to the channel. If you are, welcome. Don't forget to vote in the poll as well, guys, man. Get that poll popping. So far, we got 38 votes. 74% says tank by stoppage. Then we got tank by decision, 5%. Rolly by stoppage, 16%. So we got some people in here thinks that Rolly's going to win by upset. Of the 38 votes, 16%. I don't know. That's probably about, what's that? About like nine people or so, 9 to 12 people. That's a pretty healthy amount, man. So, hey, that's what's up. That's what I'd like to see, actually. That's what I'd like to see. Sometimes when it gets like one-sided, like they vote in one section, like a fighter's going to win by stoppage or decision, and it's overwhelmingly the majority, it's kind of like, damn, I don't know, man. It kind of takes the luster away. But this is all right. This is healthy. That's a healthy 17% where people think that Rolly might pull off the upset. What's up, Javier, bro? I appreciate you, man. Thank you, man. Thank you for appreciating it, bro. Don, probably in the next 30 minutes or so. Right now, they got the co-main event happening with Gary O'Sullivan and Erislandi Lora. And I'm a little bit perplexed because they're kind of making this a big co-main event. No disrespect to Lora. He deserves it. But Gary O'Sullivan got knocked out in the first round against David Lemieux. And David Lemieux, as we know, just got destroyed by David Benavidez. So I don't know if he deserves this type of accreditation. I mean, he definitely has to redeem himself after getting knocked out like that. I mean, David Lemieux put his ass to sleep. I wasn't asleep, but he cracked him good. I mean, he got lit up quick. So I mean, we'll see, man. He's got to redeem himself, but I don't think Laura's going to have too many issues with them. Yeah, Roja, I hear you, bro, and as he should. As he should. As I was saying earlier, he deserves that. You know what I'm saying? He deserves that. He deserves a lot more than what he has been given, to be honest with you, in my opinion. We got 80 people in the building, man. If you guys are coming in, dropping in for the first time, I appreciate you. Welcome to Divine Sense Boxing, man. I will be commentating the fight live. I will be scoring the fight live. I'll be giving you guys a punch-by-punch analysis / commentary, man. It gets lit in here. I appreciate everybody taking the time to slide through. Just do me a favor. If you appreciate the content so far, go ahead and hit that like button. Get the likes all the way up. That lets me know that you appreciate the work and you appreciate the dedication. And of course, if you're new, hit that subscribe button. You know, stay a part of the conversation. You got to be subscribed to the channel for a certain amount of time before you can comment and participate in the chat anyways. That helps me filter out people who are trolls, people who are trying to be disrespectful, and quite frankly, freeloaders, right? People who, like I said earlier, show up to the buffet line, you know what I'm saying, and try to sneak behind the people and grab a plate without showing any appreciation. So we do everything here with appreciation and respect. So come in, hit that like button, and get comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Come in. Hey, what's going on, Divine, man? I appreciate your work. What's good, bro? Go ahead and grab a plate. Go ahead and grab a plate, bro. Sit down and relax. We about to get it popping. If you guys are just joining and wondering what the timeline is, the co-main event is about to start. That is Erislandi Lora and Gary O'Sullivan. And then after this, we will have the main event, Tank Davis versus Rolly Romero. This fight, by the way, is at 160. Both of these guys are aging. Erislandi is 39 and Gary O'Sullivan is 37. So we got some age on these two fighters. So let's see how this unfolds. For some reason, I thought that the main event would be right around this time. But, you know, nothing ever surprises me. Every time I commentate on Fights Live, their schedule is never accurate. I mean, they're off by at least 30 minutes to an hour every single time. And it doesn't matter who's airing the fight. The Zone, Showtime, PBC. It doesn't matter. They say, oh, 10 p.m. Eastern time, and you tune in 10 p.m. Eastern time, and you still got 2 more fights before you get to the main event. But what it is, man. We'll enjoy it for what it is. Yeah, man. Raw Dog Profit. Absolute facts. This is free commentary right here. This is free. This is a free fight party right here. You got a free buffet, a full lineup. We got fried chicken. You know what I'm saying? We got mashed potatoes and gravy. We got fried okra. We got barbecue ribs. We got all the soul food that you can ever want right here on Divine Sense Boxing. It's free. So all you got to do is come in and show a little bit of appreciation. And you know we got some nice macaroni and cheese too. I love me some nice macaroni and cheese. We got everything. So come in, man. Show some respect and show some appreciation. We got 100 people in here. 100 people dropping in. If you're new to the channel, salute to you. Go ahead and subscribe. Get comfortable. Put your feet up. And, be a part of this beautiful boxing community here on Divine Sense Boxing. If you guys are just joining, man, we're about to watch the co-main event. Rolando Lara and Gary O'Sullivan about to kick it off here in the co-main event. After this fight, we have the main event, which, of course, is Tank Davis and Romero. Rolando Lara, 28-3-3 with 16 KOs, fighting out of Miami, Florida, nicknamed the American Dream. He's a 2-division world champion. But he's looking good for his age, though. Looking good. Rolando Lara, if you guys don't know, if you're new to boxing, he's been around for quite a while. He's been in a lot of big fights. Very skillful fighter. Deserves a lot of appreciation and respect for sure. Wow, man. I see the polls moving around quite a lot, man. We got Tank by stoppage dropping down to 65%. Dropping down from 79 all the way down to 65% in the poll now. So people coming in here saying that Rolly's going to actually stop Tank is increasing. It's increased up to 22%. So we're going to see where this poll ends up by the time we get to the main event. If you guys don't know, and people that are always a part of these live commentaries, you guys know, as soon as the main event starts, I end that poll. So make sure you get your vote in before that time. All right, guys, the co-main event about to kick off. I'll go ahead and commentate this co-main event as we prepare to set off for the main event. Everybody that is on the move at work, can't watch the fight live, and listening to my commentary to get your updates and be entertained at the same time, I appreciate you immensely. Just do me a favor. Go ahead and subscribe. Stay a part of this beautiful boxing conversation. And don't forget to hit the like button, right? Don't forget to hit the like button. We got 153 people in the building, and we only got 65 likes. I'm not sure what's going on with that equation, but all of my wrenches and all of my loyal supporters that are in the chat, let the people know how we do it here on Divine Sense Boxing. When you step through the door to eat at the buffet, what do you have to do? Let the people know that are just chilling at the buffet line, not trying to show any appreciation. As a matter of fact, we got 162, so let them know. All right, guys, round one of the co-main event, Lara and O'Sullivan. Two gentlemen that, a little bit up there in age. You know what I'm saying? We'll see what they have left in the tank. If you guys don't know, Gary O'Sullivan at one point was a tough and rugged fighter from Ireland. Always came to fight, a very durable fighter, but he did get knocked out in the first round against David Lemieux. And we all know, obviously, David Lemieux got destroyed, quite frankly, by David Benavidez. But this is at 160. So we all know that David Lemieux moved up from 160 to 168 to fight David Benavidez. So he was definitely the smaller man. A lot of body shots by both fighters here in the first round, Lara and O'Sullivan. Nice left hand by Lara. I've always liked that about Lara. He's always like setting up his beautiful left hand down the pipe. If you guys don't know, Lara is a southpaw. He likes to kind of touch the body a little bit, jabs and stuff, and then tries to find an opening and get that left hand in there like he's doing already here in this first round, really starting to tag Gary with these left hands. Gary, nothing flashy, nothing extravagant, high guard, moving forward, tries to rip shots to the body, and try to just wear you down, break you down, kind of like an old school style. He is from Ireland, so a lot of these Irish fighters have that type of style. He does have Laura up on the ropes here, though, starting to dig away a little bit, and Laura's got his high guard trying to cover up. Oh, nice check right hook by Laura. I love it when a southpaw has a beautiful right hook. It's an underrated punch by southpaws, so it's good to see that. Interesting first round. They're fighting pretty close. I was actually expecting Laura to be a little bit more on his toes, but he's standing in front of Gary for the most part and just using his range and try to pick away shots. Their feet get tangled up there. Classic southpaw orthodox fighters get their feet tangled up. And that ends the first round. All right, this is just a little preview, by the way, on how I commentate fights. I mean, this is just an appetizer. When the main event starts, it's gonna be lit up in here. It's gonna be lit. And those who have been a part of these live streams before, you guys know what I'm talking about. But we have the co-main event right now. If you guys are just joining, welcome to Divine Sense Boxing. Thanks for dropping by. Make sure you hit that like button. And, of course, go ahead and subscribe and stay part of the conversation. And to give you the timeline, we are in the co-main event. That is Erislandy Lora and Gary O'Sullivan. Once this fight is over, which will be here in the next, 20 to 30 minutes, then we have the main event on the horizon, and we're going to get it cooking. Johnny Q in the building. What's good, man? The people continue to file in. We're closing in on 200 people in the live chat. I appreciate every single one of you dropping in, taking the time to slide through to see what's popping in here. Well, what's popping is we talking boxing. We commentating on the fight live. We're giving a beautiful boxing analysis. And, what I'm saying? We're having a cookout in here. It's a fight party / buffet. That's what we do. That's what we do. Before you get in line to enjoy the buffet, just do me a favor and hit that like button and go ahead and subscribe to the channel. It is free. Otherwise, hey, you can go to Showtime or PBC and go ahead and get this fight for $65. That's also an option for you. Round 2 of the co-main event, guys. Erislandy Lora and Gary O'Sullivan. They're starting to exchange a little bit now. I think going in this fight to start off with, I would have never expected Erislandy Lora to stand this close to a pretty rugged fighter like Gary O'Sullivan, but so far that's what it is. Also, guys, don't forget to go ahead and vote in that poll. There's a poll up in here if you guys haven't seen it. We got 148 votes in the poll right now, and Tank by stoppage is still winning the poll at 64%. But we do have a very interesting and healthy 23% for people saying that Rolly is actually going to pull the upset and get the stoppage. So let's see what this poll ends up at. Make sure, like I said, vote on it. Let the people know what you think. We got 230 people in the building. Let's go ahead and get the 100 likes. Who's going to be that 100th person? Who is going to be that? Oh, there we go. We got the 100 likes, man. Whoever just hit that like button for that 100th like, salute to you. I appreciate you. We hit that milestone and we hit that 100 likes, man. I appreciate you. So the next goal is 150. Let's go ahead and get 150 likes. Shouldn't be a problem. We got more than enough people in here. I appreciate you. I see my man, Boxing Redemption. Yo, what's up, Boxing Redemption, man? It's been a while, man. I haven't seen you in the chat in a long time, bro. What's good? Hope you're good out there. He says, what's up, Divine Main Event? Let's go. Yeah, man. I appreciate that super chat immensely. And yeah, man, it's about to get cracking, man. It's good to have you a part of the live stream once again. For those of you who are just joining and you're wondering, hey, when is the fight? Well, the fight is just around the corner. We got the co-main event right now, and that is Erislandy Lora and Gary O'Sullivan that are fighting. And after this fight, we will have the main event. So go ahead and get comfortable. Put your feet up. Grab your gin tonic. Grab your vodka, grab your tequila, grab your beer, whatever your drink of choice is. Get comfortable, grab your popcorn, you know what I'm saying, and join this beautiful night of boxing. And I appreciate you guys choosing Divine Sense Boxing to be the person to give you your commentary and your entertainment tonight. What's up, Teach, man? Always good to see you, bro. We're closing in on 300 people in the live chat. I appreciate every single one of you. If you guys are new to the channel, welcome. Welcome to Divine Sense Boxing. I am assuming that you're a big boxing fan. So go ahead and hit that like button. Even if you don't want to stick around, you want to browse around YouTube to see who's out there, that's cool, man. But hey, go ahead and hit that like button before you go if you don't decide to stay. If you do decide to stay, well, we're happy to have you. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and stay a part of the conversation. The poll continues to move. We got 198. We're closing in on 200 votes. Boom. I just saw the 200 vote right there. 200 votes now in the poll. 62% says Tank is going to win by stoppage. But we got this very interesting 24. It was 25. Now it's 24 again. 24% saying Rolling by stoppage. That's a pretty decent amount of people, man. We got 210 votes now in the poll. So 24% is a nice solid, like 50 people or so saying Rolly by stoppage. So very, very interesting. And to me, that tells me that the post-fight, like when the fight's over and I open the panel for people to come in and give their thoughts, it's going to get lit. I don't know why I have that feeling, but it's going to get lit tonight, man. You guys chose a beautiful day to come in here, or a beautiful night for you, wherever you, or if you're in the States, to come in here and get this boxing commentary, man, because I have a feeling tonight is going to get absolutely lit. And shout out to Romero, Romero, and Tank Davis for building up this fight. You know what I mean? The last fight between, I think the last one was what? David Lemieux and Benavidez, right? They were very respectful of each other. There wasn't much hype around it. A lot of people thought that, well, most people thought Benavidez was going to win the fight, and of course he did. But not the excitement, right? But this is what makes boxing interesting. Even if you're not a hardcore boxing fan, maybe you watch fights here and there, but you have heard about Tank Davis and Rolly Romero, right? It's all over the place. It's all over YouTube, all the shit that Rolly's been talking about. And if you are just a casual boxing fan, you know who Tank is, right? You may not watch all of his fights, but you know him. A lot of times people know Tank because he's associated with Mayweather, obviously. Mayweather being one of the biggest names in the sport. So this fight has been sold, and we're seeing it right now in the live, right? 300 people tuning in, and I appreciate every single one of you, but that speaks volumes. That lets you know that the fight was sold well, and people want to be a part of it. Just go ahead and continue to hit that like button. Get the likes all the way up. If you want to show any other extra appreciation to the channel, of course, we have the super chats. I do have a Cash App as well if you prefer that. And donations are always appreciated, man. But thank you guys. Continue to vote in the poll. Continue to hit the like button. If you're just tuning in and wondering where we're at, well, we are in the third round, or at least on my live stream. If you're watching the fight live, I might be a little bit behind you, but right now we're just about to finish the third round of the co-main event, which is Erislandy Lara and Gary O'Sullivan. These two guys are going toe-to-toe, banging it out at the moment. I'm not watching every single moment of the fight because I'm doing other things according to the live stream. But nonetheless, looks like a pretty entertaining fight. It looks like Gary's nose is busted a little bit already, taking a little bit of damage already. But that ends the third round for this co-main event. So we are inching closer and closer to the main event. If you're wondering when the main event's going to start, I don't know, man. I'll probably in the next 30 minutes or so, maximum 45 minutes. And if you're wondering, no, it doesn't matter. If somebody gets knocked out in this fight early, it doesn't mean that you're going to get the main event sooner. Everything is scheduled a certain way. They have scheduled the main event according to a 12-round fight for the co-main event. So I'm just letting you guys know that right now. Yeah, Rojai, man, I saw that. Underground Champion Blues, man. What's up, man? I appreciate you as well. Thanks for dropping by. DA, what's good, bro? Nice to see you. We're closing in at 400 people. Let's get the likes all the way up, people, man. How the hell are we only going to have 150 likes with 400 people in here? Yo, don't come to my place and try to eat up the buffet without showing some type of appreciation, man. Don't eat up all of my fried chicken with this beautiful gravy that I got out here on this beautiful red microphone, man. That's my fried chicken and gravy right here, man. Hit the damn like button. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate the content, appreciate the hard work, and get the likes all the way up. I mean, we should have minimum 200 likes right now by this point. People continue to file in and try to eat at the damn buffet for free. Damn, that's how you do me? Shit. Closing in on 300 votes in the poll. Closing in at 300 votes in the poll, and Tank continues to stay on top right now. 64% of these 300 votes continue to say, nah, I think Tank's going to go ahead and stop Rolly. But I'm keeping an eye on this 21% Rolly by stoppage. I'm keeping an eye on that shit because very, very interesting to see. I'm going to see if it gets up to 30%. That'll be very interesting. By the time the main event starts, if Rolly by stoppage gets up to 30%, that'll be interesting. But you know what? Hey, we never know, right? More Tank fans might drop in, and that shit might go up to 70%. So let's see what happens. If you guys are just tuning in, we are watching the co-main event. All right, Gary O'Sullivan and Erislandy Lora. We are in round 4 of 12. We got a little bit of a little toe-to-toe matchup right here. They're banging it out for the most part. I'm not watching the co-main event, punch by punch. I will for the main event, though. Don't worry. For the main event, it's going to be hyper-focused on the fight. I probably won't see any super chats come in or anything like that. I try to keep an eye on the chat. But just so you know, if you do decide to drop a super chat at any point when I'm here cooking on the mic, I will get to it. I promise you I will get to it. I don't ever miss super chats. So just let you guys know that. And if you guys send me a Cash App, let me know because I won't get a notification unless it's on my phone. Oh, Gary just got rocked. Looks like Gary's nose is a little bit jacked up. But he's in there banging, man. That's what you expect by Gary O'Sullivan, though. He's very rugged, kind of like throwback, old school Irish fight. Oh, damn. Down goes Gary O'Sullivan with the big left hand. Laura kept landing that, and I was like waiting, like eventually something's going to hit him flush, and it finally did. And Laura he's been very patient with it so far. 5 seconds left in the round. Looks like Gary's going to survive the round, but he's definitely hurt. Little wobbly going back to the corner. But, man, he took a big left hand right there, man. Welcome, everybody. If you're dropping in for the first time, man, I appreciate you. We're watching the co-main event, Gary O'Sullivan versus Erislandy Lora. Erislandy Lora just scored a knockdown of Gary O'Sullivan. We're getting ready to go into round number 5. Beautiful left hand there by Erislandy Lora. Go ahead and get the likes all the way up. At this point, we should be closing in. Looks like we're almost at 200 likes. Who will be that 200th person? Who's that going to be? It's got to be one of you 300 and plus people in the building right now. It's got to be somebody. There it goes right there. 200 likes right there. Man, I appreciate you. Whoever was that 200th person, I appreciate you immensely, man, getting the likes all the way up, man. Thank you very much. If you're new to the channel, don't forget to hit that subscribe button because I commentate on pretty much every big fight there is. This is what I do. This is what I'm known for. And would love to have you continue to be a part of this beautiful boxing family that we have here. So don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you can continue to be alerted anytime I drop a fight prediction, a fight breakdown, and, of course, live commentary for big fights. And we've got more. We got another big fight coming up here not too far away. Of course, that is Devin Haney and Kambosos. That live stream will probably explode. I'm expecting close to 1,000 people to tune in live for that fight. So make sure you are subscribed so you can be a part of that excitement. Curtis Reed, what's up, man? How you doing, man? I don't know if you're new to the channel or not. If you are, welcome. I appreciate you dropping in. And all of a sudden, we jump past 400 people once again. So continue to double jab that like button. Don't forget to vote in the poll as well. We're almost at 400 likes in the poll. Let the people know how you think this fight will end. And we are in the co-main event right now. Round number 5, Erislani Lara and Gary O'Sullivan. Gary O'Sullivan got knocked down there in the previous round, in round 4. And it looks like Erislani Lara is continuing to strafe him with these left hands. Oh, nice hook. Oh, nice hook by Lara. Lara's really starting to connect now and getting in these big shots. Gary's looking really sluggish, slowed down immensely. Throws a big couple shots, but Lara gets out of the way. But Gary's really loaded up now. Lara tries to tie him up, man. I think it's a matter of time, man. It's just a matter of time that. Oh, Gary takes another big right hook. He wobbled a little bit, knees buckled, but he's still up. He's still up, and now they're banging on the ropes, and Gary's got Lara on the ropes, but Lara's fighting well off the ropes so far. If y'all just joined in, man, I appreciate you. If you want to participate in this beautiful boxing conversation, make sure you subscribe. You got to subscribe to be able to participate. That lets me know that you're a true boxing fan, not just a troll trying to come in here and eat at the buffet for free. So if you want a part of this beautiful buffet line that we got going on here, make sure you subscribe and make sure you hit that like button. Oh, Gary's not only hurt, but he's looking really fatigued as well. He's falling all over the place. And we are in round 5. We are in round 5, which I think it's going to end here. And they survive. Wow. So that ends round 5 of the co-main event. We're halfway through the co-main event. And then, of course, the main event will be right around the corner, man. I appreciate you. If you have come in for the first time and you're like, oh, who's this guy, Divine Sense Boxing? Who's this guy? I've never seen him before. Well, you're starting to get a taste of it, man. We commentate on Fights Live. We have this beautiful family that we got in here. And, it gets crazy up in here. So make sure that you stay a part of it and hit that subscribe button. All right, Curtis, man. Hey, that's what's up, bro. We love to have new people in here. We welcome you with open arms. If you're a boxing fan, we appreciate you. Javier, who do I like in the main? I haven't dropped an official prediction video on the fight, actually. I spent most of my energy on the Devin Haney-Kambosos fight. I did drop a prediction video on that. And with that being said, as we're waiting for the main event to happen, you could go ahead and just go to my channel and watch my prediction video of Kambosos Haney. You might be surprised on the things I say in that video. So don't leave tonight until you go and watch my prediction video of Devin Haney and Kambosos. All right? Click the like button over there. Drop a comment on what you think is going to happen in that fight. But in regards to this fight tonight, I think Tank is going to win. I think in conversations that I've had with other channels out here, I think I said that Tank will get a late stoppage. I think, though, however, Rolly will keep us on the edge of our seat. I think Rolly will go out there and try to hurt Tank. He might actually put Tank on the back foot and keep Tank very alert. He may make it exciting, but I think it comes down to experience, and I think it comes down to timing. And once Tank starts to time, especially with that big right hand that Rolly tries to throw, he times it. I have in my head, I am envisioning a step back counter uppercut that's going to catch Rolly flush. And we know that Tank has the power to hurt anybody, especially in this division. So that's my official prediction. But Rolly, man, Rolly keeps you guessing a little bit. He's been out there talking a lot of shit. And it makes you wonder, like, hey, what kind of outcome are we going to get tonight? Is it going to be Tank saying, man, this dude ain't shit, man. He's just out here talking shit. He's feeling nice right now, but he's not on my level, and he's going to humble him. Or maybe Rolly is who he says he is, or who he thinks he is, and he's going to prove it tonight. This is boxing. Anything can happen, and that's why we're tuned in to see, right? That's exactly why we are tuned in to see. If you guys are just joining, welcome. We are in round 6 of 12 of the co-main event. This is the co-main event. Erislani Lara and Gary O'Sullivan. I'm not watching, every single punch, every single moment of the fight, because I'm just chopping it up with the amazing boxing fans that we have in the building right now. But from what I have seen, Lara is pretty much dominating this fight for the most part. He has knocked down O'Sullivan in the 4th round, I believe. And here we are in the 6th, and Lara just continues to scrape him with left hands. And it's kind of like, I don't know, man. Gary just doesn't have much defense at all. He just puts his head down, gloves up, and he just keeps getting hit. So it's going to be interesting. It comes down to a little bit of heart and determination here. And that ends the 6th round. So we're getting ready to go into the 7th round. And yes, this is a 12-round fight. It's a co-main event. So usually it's always a 12-round fight. Co-main events are usually always 12 rounds. We're going to round 7 now of the co-main event. If you're new to the channel, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Stay a part of the conversation. Stay a part of this beautiful community that we have here. And also hit that like button. The new milestone right now is 300 likes. Now I'm curious, who is going to be a part of these 466 people that are in the building right now? Now 477 people in the building right now. Who was going to be a part of getting it to 300 likes? That is what I'm curious of. Who's going to be a part of the likes getting it all the way up to 300? Lord Spice, what's good, bro? This is pre-recorded, ain't it? I'm commentating live, bro. From I would hope so. Thinking about purchasing it if it has the fight started yet. Thinking of purchase it. No, the fight. We're in the co-main event right now, bro. Martin, we are in the co-main event. We are in round 7 of the co-main event. After this will be the main event. This is a place where you can come get live commentary and be entertained. I will give you guys a punch-by-punch breakdown, a punch-by-punch commentary of the fight, score the fight, and a lot of people enjoy that. If you don't like that and you just want to watch the fight, then you're more than welcome to pay $65 and watch the fight. Oh, what's up, Jeff? We got you back in here, man. Man, it's been a while, bro. How you doing out there? Shout out to Queens. What's up? Jeremiah King. Hey, that'd be crazy if that happens. What's up, Tom? I don't always see you in here, Tom, but when I do, it's always a pleasure, bro. I hope you're doing good out there. 534 votes in the poll. 534 votes in the poll. 63% saying Tank's going to win by stoppage. But guys, keep an eye on that 20% right there. That's a very healthy 20% considering Rolly is the underdog. 20% of the people out of 540, that's like close to 200 people. You know what I'm saying that Rolly is going to win by stoppage. So we got a very interesting poll going on here. And I want to know who's going to be a part of getting the likes all the way up to 300. Who's going to be that person? Who's going to be that person who says, you know what, man, I appreciate what this guy Divine Sense is doing right now. I'm going to go ahead and hit that like button. I've already subscribed. Let me go ahead and hit that like button for him. It's free. So let me, be a part of getting this up to 300 likes. What's up, Guru? Always good to have you in the building, bro. Carlo, what's up, man? Shout out to Divine and the proper men out here. Tank gonna hit and move. Floyd made money with a movement. I see it. I hear you, bro. All right, bro. We'll see. Journey World says Rolly will win in his dreams. Hey, maybe he has dreamed it. He's dreamt it, right? He's dreamt it in his mind, and he's gonna try and make it a reality tonight. He's going to try to make his dreams a reality. He believes in it. He's confident. He's been talking a lot of shit. Let's see if he can back it up tonight. We are in round 7 of the co-main event. Erislandi Lora and Gary O'Sullivan, a.k.a. Spike, by the way, if people don't know. Big left hand by Lora. Gary falls into the ropes. And what, did they stop it? I believe the corner, or is that the end of the round? Oh, damn. He took a big left hand, fell into the ropes. Wasn't even really paying attention. I thought they stopped it for a moment, but it looks like the fight ended right at the moment where he got cracked and fell into the ropes. Damn. Gary's been taking some big shots, especially left hands tonight against Erislandi Lora. If you don't know, Lora's he's a southpaw, so that's going to be his favorite punch. Oh man, that's flush on the face. Beautiful shot by Lora. Gary O'Sullivan, for what I've watched so far, I haven't been watching every single round intently, but he's been saved by the bell at least 2 or 3 times in this fight, like to the point where he's about to go down, and he is being saved by the bell. Looks like the ringside doctor checked out Gary right there to start off this 8th round, and he said, "Oh, he's all right." Let's see if Lora can finish him off. We are in round 8 right now, the co-main event. If you're just dropping in, that means we are, officially 4 rounds away and another step away to. Oh, another big left hand by Lora, and finally the referee calls the fight. He took a lot of big left hands. He got dropped in the 4th. He was getting hit and, falling into the ropes several times. And that ends the co-main event, ladies and gentlemen. Erislandi Lora will get the stoppage. Congratulations to him. Well-deserved. Looked very good. I mean, the guy, what did they say earlier? He's like 38, 39 years old. Looked fantastic. And he stops Gary O'Sullivan. That means that Gary now has been stopped 2 fights in a row. David Lemieux knocked him out in his last fight, and then he gets stopped once again in this fight. I am RD. What's up, man? You got Romero? Okay, bro. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Jimmy Flores, what's up? Oh, you watching from Dubai? Shout out to Dubai, man. That's what's up, man. Hey, Jimmy, the co-main event probably going to start in about, let's see, I would say within 30 minutes, bro. Within 30 minutes. So go ahead, get some food, get some snacks, get a drink, get comfortable. I will be commentating the fight punch by punch, giving you guys live commentary, scoring the fight as well as I normally do, and let you guys know how I have it. And so, yeah, man, that's how we do, man. Welcome to the buffet of Divine Sense Boxing. Before you go and join the buffet and get this beautiful layout of boxing commentary, make sure you hit that like button. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate the content. Appreciate the time and effort. And if you're new, subscribe. Stay a part of the conversation. I see my man, I Am Trill Will, in the building, bro. Salute to you. Hey, look at my man's new avatar. My man putting in that work, making a nice little avatar, man. That's what's up. This is Salute Divine Boxing Lora, and straight jab was the thing to watch. Oh, yeah, he looked great, especially for his age. I wasn't watching it, because I'm here chopping it up with the people, but I saw the stoppage and I saw the knockdown. And, yeah, he looked good out there, man. Much love and respect to the Lord. If you guys don't know, I Am True Will also has a boxing channel out here, so make sure y'all go check him out. E. Dave. Oh, you fighting the winner, huh? Okay. You fighting the winner. All right, got you. All right, guys, we have passed the milestone of 313 likes. I appreciate every single one of you who have helped get to that milestone of 300 likes. The people continue to file in. The people continue to vote in the poll. We've got over 600 votes in the poll. That's what's up, man. Continue to vote. Continue to let the people know how you think the fight's going to happen and how it's going to end. We got 313 likes on the video itself. So let's go ahead and continue to crank it up and try to get it all the way up to 400 likes. Let's see if we can accomplish that. And guys, ladies and gentlemen, we are moments away from the main event. Tank Davis versus Romero. If you guys don't know, the co-main event just finished. Erislandy Lora gets a stoppage. I believe, what was that, in the 9th round, 10th round? Hurt Gary O'Sullivan several times. Looked fantastic. And congratulations to Lora. And now all we do is wait. We wait for the main event to kick off. Soul Swing, the Alchemist. Lora was boxing beautifully. Yeah, he was. Looking fantastic out there. Christian, so much for Gary knocking out Lora. Lora's only been defeated twice in the last 8 years against top-tier opponents. Facts. Hey, I don't know who was saying Gary was going to knock out Lora. Who the hell was saying that? I would have never predicted that. I mean, if anything, I would have said Gary might be able to take it to 12 and make it interesting, but ain't no damn way he's stopping Lora. DA says 8th round. Thank you. Thank you for the correction. 8th round stoppage to my man DA here. 8th round stoppage for Lora. That was the co-main event, which means, guess what's next? The main event. Tank Davis versus Romero, just around the corner. We are sitting here patiently waiting for the ring walks and to get it popping. We are closing into 500 people in the building. Do not join my buffet line and not show any appreciation. You know what I'm saying? Hit the like button. Show the appreciation to what we're doing out here. Growing the beautiful sport of boxing through our amazing voices being a part of this fight party tonight. So I appreciate every single one of you who clicked that like button and also subscribe to the channel. And if you maybe, well, why do I got to subscribe to you? There's a lot of other boxing channels out here. Well, that is true. But I don't think anybody commentates fights quite like I commentate fights. It's what I do. It's what I'm known for. And go ahead and subscribe and y'all will see. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see how I do it. And not only that, I'm going to be here for Devin Haney and Kambosos too, which is another fight that will probably exceed what you're seeing tonight. We got 558 people. We're going to have over 1,000 people in the building when we get ready for Haney and Kambosos. So be prepared. Oh, Javier, that's how they do me, bro. That's how they do me. Show up to the buffet line, try to sneak in behind the line, you know what I'm saying? Because they know it's free, right? But they also know they got this beautiful layout of food. You know what I'm saying? They get a free drink and shit. They try to sneak up into the buffet line. They smell the gravy. They see the warm biscuits steaming, right? And they just want to grab a free plate. But damn, you can't even show any appreciation to the beautiful people who cook this food, man. That's how you do me, man. Show up. Hey, man, I'm going to sit back. I'm just going to enjoy this amazing boxing commentary. I ain't going to pay no mind to hitting the like button or subscribing to the channel. That's how they do you. Journey World 1. What's good, man? All right, guys, if you guys are just joining and wondering, hey, when's the fight going to start? Well, the co-main event just ended. Erislandy Lora gets the 8th round stoppage, which means that the main event is right around the corner. Right around the corner, guys. We got the main event, so you won't be waiting very much longer. A lot of people who are watching the fight right now are either watching the fight, but they prefer to listen to my commentary instead of the commentary that you would receive. Rather you're watching PBC, Showtime, or whatever it may be, DAZN, because they just think I do it better. They think I entertain the people better, and I keep it more genuine and unbiased, so they like to be a part of it. Other people can't watch the fight at all, right? Maybe they don't have access to the internet. Maybe they don't have access to a laptop or whatever it may be, or they're at work. They're on the go. They're on the move. So they listen to Divine Says Boxing to get their boxing commentary and their entertainment. So whatever it is, man, I appreciate you. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for being a part of it. And just sit tight. Main event is just right around the corner. You don't have to wait too much longer. Kondo in the building, man. Kondo, man. It's been a while since I've seen you in the chat. I'm pretty sure you've probably been a part of some of the streams, but you haven't commented. But it's good to see you in the building, bro. Thanks for dropping by. I'm doing good out here, man. And I know you're excited for this fight just as much as I am, Kondo, and as everyone else in the building. Dave, absolutely, bro. The buffet is very nice tonight. Very nice tonight. Fried okra, sweet potato, chicken fried steak. We got a whole lineup. We got some dessert too for the post fight. Oh yeah, we got some dessert. The post fight tonight. That's the dessert tonight. But you watch and see. That's why we got a assortment of pies. We got cherry pie. We got apple pie. We got sweet potato pie. We got some pumpkin pie. You know what I'm saying? We got some brownies. We got some ice cream. We got everything. We got everything lined up here on Divine Sense Boxing, man. That's how we do it. So stick around for dessert. I'm telling you. We got some peach cobbler too. Homemade shit. That's right. So make sure you stick around for the post fight because I'm going to open up the panel. People are going to come in. They're going to leave their thoughts about the fight, and we're going to feast. You know what I'm saying? We're going to indulge in this beautiful movement and voice of boxing. You feel me? So appreciate it. Omega, hey, that's how I turn it up, bro. I'm trying to catch your attention, Omega. Shit. I'm trying to catch your attention, bro. My man Demon always talking about women. At some point in time, he always got to be mentioning women. He said we got that 12 combo. Most definitely. This is the place to be, though, man, for real. This is the place right here to be, right here at Divine Sense Boxing, man. I appreciate every single one of you guys. Make sure you continue to hit that like button. We about to hit that 400 like. So, like I always say, man, who's going to be that person to help get it to 400 likes? Because we got 550 people in here. You don't got to be subscribed to the channel to hit the like button. So who's going to be that person to help get it to that 400 like mark? I mean, we will see who's a true boxing fan or not. We are closing in to 800 likes in the poll, y'all. 800 likes. Sorry, 800 votes, in the poll. Actually, we just exceeded 800 votes in the poll. 65% is saying Tank is going to win by stoppage. 19% saying that Rolly is going to win by stoppage. Now, Rolly winning by stoppage was hovering around 20 to 22% for quite a long time, but now he's slowly starting to drop. So it looks like we get more and more Tank fans entering the building. And that's why we got 65 votes for Tank right now, 65% of the votes for Tank right now. Let's see where it ends up. I will end the poll as soon as the main event starts. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, make sure you go ahead and get your vote in. Let the people know how you think the fight's going to end tonight. What's up, Henry? No, I cannot show the fight. If I show the fight, YouTube will shut me down. But you are more than welcome to, spend $65 US and watch the fight at your convenience. Here, we commentate, we score the fight, and this is literally a fight party, except you can't watch the fight because, like I said, YouTube will strike me down like a bolt of lightning. Jolly Romero, you biased channel. My brother about to rolly your Tank. Okay. How am I biased? How am I biased? Don't be silly, bro. Don't be silly. Rick Ross, what's good, bro? One of my all-time subscribers for more than a decade, bro. Where you been at, bro? I haven't seen you in the chat for a long-ass time, man. What's good with it? What's good with it, man? Good to see you up in here, man. If y'all just joining, man, we are getting ready and prepared for the main event. Trying to figure out and sort out my stream here just for a moment. that it that's not Rolly's fucking brother, bro. Come on, man. If you are, prove it. Don't do that. All right, guys, everybody, welcome to the channel. If you're the first time to the channel, I appreciate you. If you want to join into the commentary, you got to subscribe to the channel. As you guys can see, there's a time limit. That helps me filter out the trolls, filter out the haters, filter out the people that want to come in and disrupt the party. We got a buffet party, man. So if you enter the buffet line, man, you want to enjoy this beautiful food for free, just do me a favor, show a little bit of appreciation to the people who create this content. Hit that like button and, of course, subscribe to the channel. Stay tuned because why wouldn't you? We got other big fights coming up. Every time there's a big fight, I'm commentating, right? So go ahead and subscribe and stay a part of this as we continue to carry on here. $600 people in the building, man. I appreciate every single one of you, man. Continue to hit that like button, man. We continue to climb the ladder. We're going to get all the way up. We're going to work it all the way up to 500 likes, man. And of course, guys, at any point in time, feel free to donate what you can to the channel. Show a little bit of extra love and appreciation. Also, I have a Cash App for those of you who prefer Cash App. Just let me know that you sent it so I can recognize it. And you know what I'm saying? We're about to get it cracking, man. Main event coming up right here. I believe the ring walks are just around the corner, and I want to give everybody a friendly reminder. Another friendly reminder that I will probably be a little bit behind you. If you're watching the fight live, I'm probably going to be anywhere from 10 to 30 seconds behind you. So please, and my wrenches in the building right now, make sure that we don't have people in here spoiling the event. You know what I'm saying? If you see people commentating too quickly or writing comments in the building too quickly and they are not up to par to my commentary, because you have to understand there are a lot of people that are not able to watch the fight. So they are listening in. So my wrenches, you got to take control of the chat. I'm depending on you. And if people start, commenting too quickly, you got to go ahead and delete it. You don't have to time them out, but you got to delete those comments, man. Delete those comments. All right? I appreciate you. We're closing in, guys, on let's see what we got now. We got almost 500 likes. Continue to hit that like button. Continue to vote in the poll. We about to hit 1,000 votes in the poll, y'all. We about to hit 1,000 votes in the poll. So let's go ahead and keep voting. Let the people know. My headphones be tripping. One thing that I have noticed about the press conferences and the weigh-ins and things like that is that the energy levels are completely different, right? Completely different. Because like with Tank, he looks very reserved. He looks very calm. Like, I've been here before. I ain't worried about you. You just a dude who's feeling nice right now because you got some knockouts and you just don't know this level, right? That's the type of demeanor that I'm getting from Tank. But from Rolly, it's the complete opposite, right? It's loud, it's vibrant, it's I'm gonna talk shit, I'm gonna knock you out, you ain't shit, all this other stuff. So that's what's made this fight interesting. That's why we've got, close to 600 people tuning in, because they're like, wow, this is literally a scenario where is Tank gonna humble this dude? You know what I'm saying? Tank is gonna humble this guy. Or is Rolly going to surprise people and say, hey, Tank is not who you thought he was. I am the new face, because that's what he's been saying. That's exactly what Rolly has been saying leading up to the fight, is that I'm the new face. I'm the new guy that you're going to be talking about, not this guy. You know what I'm saying? So let's see what's going to happen. Let's see what's going to happen. What's up? Dwayne Freeman in the building. We got a lot of the OGs filing in tonight, man. I appreciate you guys, man. Continue to hit that like button. Get it up to 500 likes. And we are ready for the main event, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for the main event. Get comfortable. They're about to do their ring walks here just in a few moments. Martin, we are about 10 minutes away. 10 minutes away, bro. They're about to do their ring walks here just in a few moments. Curtis, what's up, man? I'm also from AZ, bro. Where you from, man? I'm from West Phoenix area. Where you from, bro? Good to see you guys all coming up in here, man. Continue to hit that like button, get it up to 500 likes. Who will be a part of that movement to get 500 likes? Are you going to help participate? You know what I'm saying? Getting it up to that 500 like mark. My man Guru, my man Johnny Q. I'm a little bit behind you, man. I'm a little bit behind you. So do me a favor and try not to comment too quickly. You know what I'm saying? Because I am a little bit behind you, man. You guys have to understand. You guys have to understand the latency on YouTube, man. So I'm going to be a bit behind, man. So you know what I'm saying, be a little bit careful on how you comment in the fight or comment. Yeah, the comments that you put in the chat, because a lot of people can't watch this fight right now. They're relying on my commentary. My man Curtis from Casa Grande. What's up? Well, that's cool, bro. Hey, that's what's up, man. Beast Moss, Dallas in the building. Dallas representing. We got people from AZ. We got people from Dallas. We got people out there from the Philippines. We got people from Dubai. We got people from all around the world tuning in to watch this fight. And here comes Rolly. I see Rolly coming out now. Rolly coming out now. He's got like this, I don't know what this is, like ultraviolet type shit he's got going on here. Colors, I don't even know if you call that purple. It looks like some ultraviolet shit going on, man. But here comes Rolly making his ring walk. Remember, guys, I'm probably about 30 seconds behind real time stream, right? So if you're watching the fight live, like on your TV or whatever it is, I'm gonna be about 30 seconds behind you. So keep that in mind. Wilfredo, what's good? Lord Spice, he's watching from North Korea. North Korea ain't got no damn internet, bro. What you talking about? Detroit in the building. What's up, Detroit? Shout out to Detroit. Guys, I'm about to end this poll very quickly, man. If you haven't voted in that poll, make sure you vote in it, man. I'm about to end it right now. Who do you got winning this fight? Make sure you vote in it. We're almost at 500 likes. We're 4 people away. 3 people away from 500 likes, y'all. Who's going to be that 500th? BRM Entertainment from Oklahoma. Shout out to Oklahoma. I see Lusario from India. Shout out to India out there. India in the building. Rolly making his ring entrance. Rolly looking confident. He looks very confident, man. He's been very, very confident, man. Rolly reminds me of that kid in school that will just like play any sport against anybody. He thinks that he can beat anybody in any different sport. You all have that kid in school, like it don't matter what it is, basketball, football, soccer. He's just that kid is like, man, I'm better than anybody and everything. What's up? He's that type of dude. And he probably was, man. That's probably why he started boxing late. He started boxing at 17 years old. So Rolly is in the ring now. We're getting ready for Tank Davis to make his entrance. I see Leonard Ellerby out there looking like Boys to Men and shit, all white. The dude's dressed in all white, like quite literally, even got a white tie out there looking like, you know, he's a dude that's part of Boys to Men. For all you young people out there, you don't know who Boys to Men is, you better Google that shit. All right, here comes Tank Davis making his wing entrance. Same demeanor that we've been seeing, you know what I'm saying, for the whole entire lead up of the fight. Very calm, very reserved. Doesn't look too bothered. A lot of people though have been saying that he's looking nervous. I don't think he looks nervous, in my opinion. I just feel like it's just who he is. I think he always looks like this. I don't know why people think he looks any different. Just because Romero is talking shit doesn't mean that he's nervous. But that's just my opinion. And we're about to find out who's nervous or not. We're about to find out real quick. We got another person in here from the Philippines. Shout out to the Philippines. Hope you guys are doing good out there. I'm out here in Thailand, man. So I know in the Philippines you might entering that rainy season, right? You got some monsoons and rainy season. Y'all stay safe out there. Karma Boxing MMA. What's up, bro? He says Romero is faking. I just think that's who he is, bro. Honest to God. I think that Romero is just that type of dude. His whole life, just think he's better than everyone. Honestly, I don't think he's fronting. I don't think he's pretending. I think he really does think that, you know what I'm saying, he's that person. Hey, Tank Davis comes in the ring, bouncing around, and he steps in front of Rolly. They exchange some words. And this is about to get popping, man. This is about to get popping right here. We got my man Duncan Hines. What's good, bro? He's from Kansas City, Missouri. Shout out to Kansas City in the building. We got people all around the world joining in. I appreciate every single one of you. Did we hit 500 likes? Yes, we did. We at 530 now. I appreciate every single one of you dropping in, hitting that like button. I appreciate you guys immensely. Let's go ahead and get it all the way up to 600. Ain't no reason why. Also, 1,084 votes in the poll right now. 1,084 votes in the poll. 65% says that Tank is going to win by stoppage. 18% says Rolly is going to win by stoppage. I'm about to end this poll here within the next couple of minutes. So make sure you get your vote in there before it's all said and done. We also got Brooklyn in the building. Yeah, Brooklyn packed the arena. It's a sellout. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it looks fantastic out there, man. It looks fantastic, man. All right, we got Davis at 27 years old with 26 years old. Looks like Romero's taller, but he has a less reach. So Romero is taller, but he actually has a less reach in comparison to Tank Davis. So Tank Davis has the reach advantage in this fight, which is actually a little bit interesting. And let's see if that plays a role in tonight's fight or not. Yeah, we got Victor Johnson, man. What's up, man? Good to see you in here. Pontiac, Michigan. Kevin Jones representing Pontiac, Michigan. What's up, man? Good to see you. Bear with me just for a second. I had to do a little bit of refreshing. Everybody that's dropping in, man, I appreciate you. Got to make sure that everything's on point because we're about to get it popping here. Blue Honda says, hey, Rolly about to get rolled out. Hey, you could be right, bro. You could be right. Could be right. Yo, if y'all just joining in for the first time, make sure you go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Stay a part of this beautiful boxing conversation that we have going on right now. The main event is literally moments away. We're introducing the fighters, and we're about to get it popping, man. Shit. Maybe we get some craziness. Maybe we get some outlandish type excitement to where somebody is literally going to get dropped in the first part of the fight. I mean, let's see if that is a possibility. Let's see. You see what Tank just told him, Divine, he stopped in front of his corner. Yeah. I saw that. Yeah, this shit about to get lit. This shit's about to get lit. I am unfortunately having a little bit of difficulty with the stream a little bit. It tends to happen quite a bit, man, when I, have this amount of people in the building trying to, commentate live and whatnot. So apologies. I'm trying to get it up here. Trying to stabilize everything. All right, cool. Got it back up. All right, they're introducing Rolly right now. Remember, guys, I'm probably a little bit behind you, man, with the latency on YouTube, man. Just keep in mind of that, man. If you're watching the fight live, I'm going to be a little bit behind. Milton Martinez, he says, I subscribe and like and like, bro. Much love. Keep up the good work. Well, I appreciate you, bro, for subscribing and stay a part of this, man. And thank you for hitting the like button and subscribing. L Boogie Slim, what's good, man? He says good night, Rolly. All right, let's see. Gervonta Davis, 26-0 with 24 knockouts from Baltimore, Maryland. 3-division world champion. Shit, this is about to get lit. Y'all better get comfortable, man. Everybody has attended the buffet. Everybody has got their food. Everybody is sitting down. Everybody's about to enjoy this shit, man. And welcome to Divine Sense Boxing, man. We're about to get this shit popping. Main event about to happen right now. Let's get ready for some fireworks. On that note, I'm going to close the poll right now. And as I end the poll, 65% says Tank will win by stoppage. Let's see if these 65% of people are correct in their prediction. So the poll has ended. The poll has ended, and we are about to get it started. Referee giving instructions. Look at Rolly. Look at Rolly. Hey, look at Rolly. Let's go, Rolly. This shit about to get crunk. It's about to get crunk up in here. My headphones tripping. I don't know if it's my headphones or the stream or what. My man Jeff says, first round knockout by Tank. Well, let's see, bro. All right, here we go, man. Round one. No spoiling in the comment section. Rely and go off of my commentary only. Here we go. Round one. Romero comes out, pawing out with the jab a little bit. He looks bigger. He definitely looks bigger. Rolly looks bigger in there, but that's expected. We saw that at the weigh-in where Rolly looked quite a bit bigger. Rolly jabbing, pawing out the jab, jabbing to the hand, or jabbing to the body. And I expected that because I've seen Rolly do that quite a bit in a lot of his fights. He likes to jab to the body, actually. Rolly, of course, orthodox fighter, Tank in that southpaw stance. From what I'm seeing so far, Tank is looking, he's trying to time already. You can see he's focused, trying to find that timing. And I'm expecting eventually for Tank to unleash that left hand and see if he can get it in. But a little bit of a stalemate right now in the center of the ring. Definitely a feeling out process. Nobody throwing any bombs yet so far. I think both of them are trying to find an opening to throw their power punch. Tank throws a left. I think it got in there, but not flush. Not flush. But Tank is looking for an opening here to get that left hand in. I'm really starting to sense that. I see people standing up in the crowd looking over. There might be like a fight breaking out in the audience. But nonetheless, man, stay focused on the fighters in the ring. That's what it's about. A lot of big battle of the jabs right now. Both of them really throwing jabs. Neither one of them really throwing any power punches. It's really a battle of the jabs. Tank is up against the ropes right now. And Rolly looks like he's trying to line it up, right? He's trying to line up and load up with the right hand. Continues to jab to the body. Rolly is looking, he's looking fresh right now. Rolly is. He's bouncing. He's moving well. Tank explodes with a double jab. He wanted to get that left hand in there, but he didn't unleash it. He kept it close to his chin. Finally, Tank throws a left hand to the body. We got about 40 seconds to go here in this first round. Big feeling out round. Nothing standing out so far. A battle of the jabs for the most part. Finally, Tank Davis throws a jab and a left hand to the body. So Tank's starting to score some points here late in this first round. Pretty close round so far. Rolly finally throws the right hand, but Tank ducks underneath it. So Tank is showing that defensive ability to duck underneath that right hand, right? And don't forget, guys, Tank has Tank is more comfortable fighting right-handed fighters, right, as a southpaw. Rolly, I don't know how many southpaw he has fought, but you know what I'm saying? He's got to figure out a way to decipher. Oh, nice right hand by Rolly. He finally lands it in there. And that ends the first round. Rolly got a nice right hand in there at the end of that round. They had some words. Tank was staring him down as Rolly walked back into the corner. And so a round where Tank is doing a lot of timing, but to be honest with you, I got to give Rolly that round. I think Rolly was jabbing to the body. He was jabbing. You know, Tank had his moments where he was doing the double jab and jabbing. He threw a left hand to the body as well. But Rolly did land that big clean shot there at the end of the round. It's a very close round. But I'm going to give it to Rolly, man. I'm going to give Rolly that first round. All right, guys, if you guys are just joining, man, I appreciate you guys dropping in. Make sure you guys hit that like button. 700 people in here. We should have 700 likes. Here we go, guys. Round number 2. Rolly got a little bit of confidence there at the end of that first. He landed that big right hand. Let's see if he continues to try and propel off of that confidence. Tank is on the back foot for the most part right now, parrying Rolly's jab. And Rolly's the one walking forward. Rolly's he's hunting. And you know that he wants to land that right hand again. And let's see what Tank does. Tank is pivoting out very well so far. He's being cautious. He's being calculated. But Tank doesn't want to just give away these rounds and be on the defensive only. You know what I'm saying? He needs to put some punches in the bank, you know what I'm saying, to not let Rolly just take these rounds away, because there's no guarantee that there's going to be a knockout in this fight. This fight could go 12. Rolly's still walking forward. I can see he's desperately wanting. I can see his right hip. If you're watching the fight, you can see Rolly how he's shifting that right hip. He's trying to get that big right hand in there, and land a big shot. And I think Tank sees that as well. I think Tank sees that. Very interesting second round right here. And you know, Rolly continues to try to, like, you know, say, time that big right hand and shifting those hips. But hey, Tank is clever, right? Tank is very, very clever. He can see these little things. And actually a little bit surprised that Rolly is pressuring this amount. But it's not easy to time. You know what I'm saying? It's not easy to time Tank and his defensive ability and try to land something flush. And I think that's what I'm seeing right now, is where Rolly's like used to be able to get off these big shots, but he's having a difficult time being able to do that against Tank. But Tank also needs to throw punches and not just throw away rounds. Look, I'm having a little bit of a slight issue with my stream once again. All right, so that was the end of the second round. I missed about 30 seconds of that at the end of that second round, man. My stream be like constantly tripping. Always happens to me when I commentate live and I have this amount of people in the building. So I know that the beginning of the second round, from what I saw, Rolly was winning the round, but I saw a replay there where Davis landed a nice big shot there towards the end. So since I missed some of that second round, I'm going to use that as a swing round as we get into round 3. All right, guys, here we go. Third round. And once again, a big battle of the jab and a big battle of foot positioning, which is very common. obviously with the southpaw and orthodox stance, and you know what I'm saying, that's what I expect. And I'm also, you know, a bit appreciative to Rolly. He's a bit patient. I thought he was going to be a little bit more careless, but I think that it's all because he's noticing that Tank is not there to be hit as much as he thought he would be as well. So that is definitely a big part of that. You can definitely, you know, see the experience that Tank has in his ability to time and to adjust. But Rolly continues to throw that jab to the body, jab to the head. Still, oh, nice left hook by Rolly. Tries to follow up, but Tank fires back with his own left hand. Another right hand down the pipe for Rolly. Wasn't too clean, but definitely got it in there. We got about a minute. Oh, nice check right hook by Davis as he rolls out. I have a feeling this fight is going to start really, really heating up. I can see some exchanges coming here very, very soon. Davis trying to get that left hand in there. He's like an inch or two behind, landing it extremely flush. Tank is, and he's getting closer and closer to landing that shot. Here comes Romero with the 1-2, but Tank is defensively very sound, keeping his hands up nice and high. I think the size of Romero is a little bit challenging for Tank Davis, to be honest with you. Their feet get tangled up there. The southpaw, they're both trying to find that foot positioning, and the lead foots continue to clash here. Oh, nice counter left hand by Tank as Rolly reaches with his right hand. Tank then jabs to the body. Slows down here in the third round with about 45 seconds to go here in the third. Slows down. No punches really thrown. Rolly just extending the jab hand out there, but not really throwing any much. I don't know if this is tactic or what he's doing, but all of a sudden he stops throwing punches. Looks like Tank is getting his confidence up a little bit. It's like, oh, you don't want to throw? And suddenly Romero is going backwards, and now Tank is moving forward, which the first couple of rounds, we didn't see that. We saw the opposite. But then Romero gets kind of like a short little right hand in there, and now it's back to stalemate again. Now Romero is moving forward. Very interesting fight so far, ladies and gentlemen. And that ends the third round. I'm going to give that one to Tank. I feel like Harlem Hellfighters, what's up, bro? I feel like Tank was defensively very sound, and I think he hurt Romero very possibly with a body shot, which put Romero on the back foot. And nice counter left hands by Tank Davis as well in that third round. So I have it 2-1. 2 rounds for Romero, 1 round for Tank. So far in the fight, if you're just joining, welcome. If you want to be a part of this beautiful boxing conversation and this beautiful fight party that we have going on right now, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Stay a part of it. We are getting ready for round number 4. Round number 4. Here we go. I have it 2-1 for Rolly. We have some moments where Tank started to time that left hand, and that's where the timing comes into play. If y'all were listening to me earlier, I kept telling people that early Romero is dangerous because he's bigger. He has a little bit of awkwardness to him. He throws big, powerful punches, and it's going to take a little bit of time for Tank to adjust to that. But once Tank finds his timing, this is where we might see a shift in the fight. So let's see if my prediction holds up. Starting off the 4th round, once again, Romero is the one moving forward, and Tank is the one on the back foot, trying to be defensively sound. Tank really hasn't thrown a punch at all for the first minute of this 4th round. But Romero hasn't really thrown anything either, so a minute kind of wasted here in the 4th round. Back in the center of the ring. I think Rolly is used to landing right hands, but he's having a difficult time because the footwork by Tank is very good. Not only is he good shoulder roll and a high guard, but also he pivots out of danger very well. And Rolly is starting to experience that. Oh, they both exchange power shots, but neither one of them landed flush. I think they both hit each other on the shoulder. Rolly reaches with the right hand, but can't get it in. Neither fighter doing anything to really clearly win this fourth round so far, with about a minute and 20 seconds remaining. Romero continues to track down Tank. Tank on the back foot, and Tank throws a 1-2, but not really landing cleanly. Oh, nice body shot, right hand down the pipe to the body by Romero. Oh, and then lands a right hand to the head by Romero. And then Tank throws a counter left hand, but that's a 2-for-1 for Romero. He landed 2 to Tank's 1. Oh, nice 1-2 by Tank. That one got in there. Another left hand by Tank to the body. 50 seconds to go. Oh, another 1-2 by Tank. And Romero says, nah, that don't mean that. I'm not hurt. That ain't shit. I can take it. That's what Romero says. But Tank definitely got it in there. Oh, nice left uppercut by Tank. And it looks like Tank is shaking his head. Tank is shaking his head, and he tells the referee, yo, he's using his elbow. And the referee does point it out and tells Romero to look out and do not throw elbows. 10 seconds to go. Romero throws a right hand, but Tank is able to kind of roll with it just enough to take off velocity from that punch. And that ends the fourth round. I have this fight even now, ladies and gentlemen. I have it even now, 2-2. 2-2. Harlem Hellfighters in that super chat, man, saying, hey, I appreciate you, Divine. Well, I appreciate you, Harlem. It's good to have you back in the chat. It's been a while, and I appreciate that super chat, man, immensely. We're closing in to close to 1,000 people in the chat. So that means we should have the likes all the way up to a minimum. The new goal right now is to get 700 likes. Who is going to be that person to help achieve that 700 likes? If you haven't hit it, go ahead and hit it, man. If you're wondering what the fight is going on in the fight, well, I have it 2-2, getting ready to go into the fifth round. I gave Rolly the first 2, and I gave Tank 3 and 4. So that should be an indication that Tank is starting to figure out the timing, figure out the range a little bit. And what Tank is doing is something that Mayweather used to do a lot, is win the last minute of the round. Don't allow Romero or his opponent in general to win the first 2 minutes, be defensively sound, and win the last minute of the round. And that is what he has done in 3 and 4. Let's see if that continues. We are now round 5, center of the ring. Romero pawing out with that jab, and Tank standing there looking to time with his hands up. Oh, nice 1-2 by Tank. Just explodes from the floor and lands a beautiful 1-2. Loops over a big left hand, but that time it missed. So you see the speed by Tank Davis now. Left hand to the body by Tank. Another left hand to the body by Tank. Tank really getting in his left hands to the body now. And Romero looks a little bit... Oh, nice left hand by Tank again. That time it snapped Romero's head back. But Romero did take it well. Another left hand by Tank. He's landed some big left hands in this fight so far, or at least in this fifth round. Tank looking very good. I told you guys, it's all about the timing. Romero does return the right hand, but it doesn't land flush. Tank doing very well in this fifth round, landing big left hands to the body and the head. Oh, nice left hand to the body again by Tank. They both exchanged power punches, but I think Tank got the better of it. I think Tank complained about something. I think he may have hurt his hand throwing a punch there. I think Tank, you can hear him over. I can hear him over the audio, basically reacting to a punch. I don't know if he hurt his elbow or his hand, but something definitely happened there. And that's a shame because he was really doing well in this 5th round. And now he's back to defensive mode as now Romero is starting to come forward and try to land a big power shot of his own. Since Tank reacted in pain, he hasn't thrown any more power punches. Oh, he finally throws a left hand there. But Rolly did slip it well. Oh. Wow, the elbow's really coming up into Tank's face there. And they get into a little bit of a tie up there. Elbows going into the face of Tank Davis. And the referee did just give Romero a very firm warning. And that's the second time he has warned Romero of elbows. And that ends the 5th. I'm going to give that one to Tank as well. You know, Rolly did start to come on towards the end because for whatever reason, Tank got hurt. But I still think Tank put enough into that 5th round to win that round. Therefore, I have it 3-2 for Tank Davis. Get the likes all the way up, people, man. I appreciate you. We got the #1 Grinder Real Talk also in the building, man. It is a pretty close fight. It's a pretty evenly matched fight. Very interesting fight so far. It's went pretty much the way that I expected to for the most part, but not entirely. Not entirely. We're getting ready for the 6th round. If you're just joining, we are going into the 6th round, and I have it 3-2 for Tank Davis. Who is going to be that person to help get this live all the way up to 700 likes? Who's it going to be? Here we go, guys. 600 likes on the way to 700 likes. And also, we are in the 6th round. Looks like Tank Davis is out there having a conversation with somebody sitting front row. Weird, like, stuff happening in the middle of the ring. A lot of conversations with the referee, people ringside. Tank talking to Rolly. Interesting fight. Very interesting fight. Oh, big load up with the left hand by Tank, but he doesn't land it flush. It was close, though, but he hit Romero on the inside shoulder. Nothing too much other than that big left hand that missed by Tank Davis for the first minute of the 6th round. And Romero walking forward again. Tank Davis, on the defensive move. And a referee calls a low shot against Tank Davis. I didn't see it clearly. It seemed like it was on the belt line. The referee tells Romero, don't make me start taking points. I'm warning you about elbows and now a low blow. It'll be a shame if points are taken away in this fight. An absolute shame. Rolly needs to be careful and not get reckless. I have to see the replay, though, to see if it was really low or not. It looked like it was on the belt line. Davis throws a left hand to the body and ducks underneath. Lands a right hook as well. Romero throws a quick 1, 2, 3. And I think he partially got at least one of those punches out of the 3 combination in, but nothing too flush. Tank was able to roll out and reposition. Final minute of the 6th round. Pretty close round. Anybody can take this round in this last minute. No punches thrown. If you guys hear me go quiet, it's because there's nothing happening. Nothing happening. And I think they're both trying to load up with a big punch to end this 6th round. We got 40 seconds to go in this 6th. Finally, Rolly gets... Oh! Down goes Rolly with a counter left hand. Rolly landed a big right hand, but Tank returned with his own left hand and drops Rolly. And Rolly is hurt. Rolly is hurt. And the referee calls it. The referee calls it. Wow. Wow. What a counter left hand by Tank Davis after taking a big right hand. After taking a big right hand. Wow. Rolly did get up He was on wobbly legs for sure. He was definitely hurt. The referee directed him at least twice to walk over to the side, and Rolly didn't do it. Finally, Rolly picks up his gloves. The referee grabs the gloves as if he's going to wipe them off, which is, standard procedure. And for a moment, I thought the ref was going to say, all right, you good. But for whatever reason, he thought that Rolly wasn't responding the way that he wanted him to, and he calls the fight. Wow. What a way to end it, especially considering that Tank got hit. He got hit with the right hand. But it's like he knew it was coming, and he returned with his own left hand and put Rolly right here, showing the replay. Boom! Counter left hand. Beautiful shot. And Rolly was seriously hurt and also very surprised. He was shocked to get hit with that type of shot, but that's that recklessness that I was telling you guys about. I told you guys early, Rolly will make it interesting, but eventually Tank will find that timing, and that's exactly what it did. Step back, left hand, bam! And then Rolly falls into the ropes face first. He gets up at the count of about 7, I believe, 8. He's up at 8, wobbly. The referee says, walk over to the right. He does, but not confidently enough, obviously, for the referee. And Rolly leaves the ring. Rolly leaves the ring, which, in my opinion, is very disappointing. Very disappointing that Rolly, after all the shit that he was talking leading up to the fight, all of that shit that he was talking about, he's going to do this, and I'm going to KO him in 1 round. Like, we appreciate the fact that you built the fight. We got hyped up for it. We got excited for it. But, you just got knocked out, bro. You just got knocked out. You got counted out by the referee. Be a man. Be a man and congratulate Tank and say he's the better man, bro. How are you going to leave the ring like that? You're walking out of the ring on your own accord. It's not like you're seriously injured and you need to get checked out by a ring doctor or anything like that. You got ringside doctors right there. They checking you out, and you're going to leave like that, bro. You're going to leave like that after all that shit you were talking. Wow. 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 I'm just shocked that Rolly leaves the ring like that, like a little kid, like a little boy. Like a little boy who can't take defeat. You built the fight, bro. You got paid. You know what I'm saying? You went in there, you did your best. Yeah, they're just replaying the knockdown here. Rolly was definitely on weak leg. I mean, he got hit flush. And he's trying to line up a right hand, and then boom, left hand to the face. And Rolly falls right into the ropes face first. He tried to get up, but the referee was not feeling confident about it. Michael Fink, I appreciate you, man. Thank you guys, everybody that was a part of this live stream, man. It was lit up in here. And Tank told you guys, man. He told us there are levels to this shit, man. There are levels to this. And I also told people that Rolly will make it interesting early, and he did. He landed shots. He made it interesting. I had it. It was 3 rounds to 2. Rolly won a couple of rounds. You know what I'm saying? But Tank knew all he had to do was time it. And, man, just unbelievable timing there with that left hook. I thought it was going to be an uppercut that would put Romero down ultimately. It wasn't. It was like a straight left hand / hook. There was a little bit of curvature in it. I don't know if it was completely a straight left hand, but nonetheless, man, beautiful shot, one for the ages, amazing, amazing. And if you guys just joined and you're wondering what happened, Tank Davis just got the TKO in the 6th round, stoppage. I had it 3-2 for Tank up into the point in the 6th round, and the 6th round was competitive. It wasn't like Tank was beating him up, but he just timed him and caught him, and that's all she wrote. And I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed that Romero, after all the shit that he was talking, leaves the ring. He refuses to give Tank any credit, shake his hand like a man, and leaves the ring. That is very and highly disappointing. They're about to interview Tank Davis. For those of you who can't watch, (27-0) now with 25 knockouts, y'all. 27-0 with 25 knockouts. All right, here comes the post-fight interview. For those of you who cannot watch it, I'll let you guys know what Tank says. Here comes Jim Gray. He asked him, "What are you thinking?" Of course, I want to thank God. I want to thank. He wants to thank Al Heyman, Mayweather Promotions, Showtime. We did it again in New York. Thank you, New York. He said, "I won my first belt here in New York, and I came back to defend the belt." He says he's got a lot of things to say about Rolly, but it is what it is, man. I want to thank him and his team for taking the fight, and he wishes Rolly nothing but the best. Jim Gray says, "You were quite annoyed with him, for the fight build-up." He said, "It's all about selling the fight. No hard feelings." And he said, "I'm just grateful to be, a part of this and come out with the victory." He asked him about Rolly's power, and he said he was strong for sure. In the beginning rounds, he was trying to get warmed up, and he felt like Rolly was trying to knock him out early. He hit him with a few shots, and he knew then that he can't just stand there and trade with Rolly. He's got to be patient and wait for the knockout to come, and then it eventually came. I'm seeing if they're going to ask him anything about Mayweather Promotions. G5, what's good, bro? He said, "Put him in the dirt." That was a phenomenal knockout, man. Man, what a shot. It's just remarkable, man. Tank's timing is so underrated, man. His ability. Yeah, he referred this knockout to what Pacquiao got hit with against Marquez, and it's very similar. It is very similar. Pacquiao got knocked out in a very similar fashion. And the only difference is that Rolly was able to get back up on his feet, but he was extremely hurt. Yeah, so they asked him, Rolly was talking a lot leading up to the fight, but during the fight, you were talking to Rolly a lot, which he was. He was making certain comments to him and during the fight, and he said he knew that he can get into Rolly's head. He knew that since the weigh-in that he can get into Rolly's head. And he said from the weigh-in, like I pretty much knew at that point, like I was in his head. So yeah. Tank sending his condolences to Gary Russell Sr. If you guys don't know, he recently passed away. And that's pretty much it, guys. That is pretty much it. Gervonta Davis, 6th round TKO. Beautiful counter left hand as Rolly was loading up with the big right hand. He countered with the left hand and dropped Rolly straight face first into the ropes. Rolly went down. He got up at the count of 8, but was on wobbly legs, and the referee called the fight. For every single person that was a part of this live stream tonight, I appreciate you immensely. We had an outstanding audience that was a part of this tonight. We got over 700 likes, close to 800 people in the chat. It was an amazing night of boxing. We knew that this was going to be an interesting fight, and it was. I appreciate you guys all immensely. Now, what I'm going to do, like I always do out of tradition, is to go ahead and drop a link into the chat for anybody that wants to come in. Give me your thoughts about the fight, about what Tank should do next, or anything of that nature. And we'll, you know what I'm saying, as soon as 1804, I'm going to send you Cash App as soon as I get paid. I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, man. Keep me in your thoughts, man. And I will appreciate you immensely for the Cash App, man. And look, man, the like button means a lot. Subscribing to the channel means a lot. And of course, any donations to the hard work and dedication, that I put out here to give you guys this entertainment, goes a very, very long way. And the fact that, what I'm saying, I do get these super chats along the way, motivates me to do exactly what I'm doing right now. And, I appreciate you guys a lot, man. It really motivates me a lot. And the fact that you guys appreciate means it a lot. So like I said, I'm going to go ahead and drop a link into the chat. We'll keep it open for about 15 minutes or so to allow people to come in to leave any type of thoughts that may be on your mind that you want to let the people know about. So there is the link right there. Feel free to jump in if you want to. Let me know what you thought about the fight. What do you think Tank should do next? Whatever it may be. And this is the chop up session right here, post fight thoughts, or a little while, and give you guys an opportunity while it's still fresh in your mind to say anything that you want to say to the people. My man Uber Flying that super chat says, I couldn't watch the fight and chat, but salute Divine. Hey, man, I appreciate you for the super chat. And you're not the only one. There's a lot of people that were not able to, watch the fight, but they tuned in, and they're entertained by the commentary. And that means a lot to me, man. And thank you. So yeah, man, there's a link in the chat. I'll leave it up here for a few moments for anybody. I saw K-Rod jump in, man. I'm not sure if you dropped out on your own or what may have happened. But yeah, man, if anybody wants to come in and leave any type of thoughts, go ahead and click that link, and we'll chop it up a little bit for some post-fight action. But in the meantime, Rod, man, I see you, bro. Man, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for being a part of this. I see a lot of love in the chat that I haven't got to yet. A lot of love, man. I appreciate every single one of you guys, man. All right, man. What's up, K-Rod? I knew you were going to jump in here.
Yo.
Let the people know what you thought about the fight.
Yeah, first of all, I just have to say, Southpaws fucking run boxing. I don't give a fuck about what any of y'all motherfuckers say. We run the fucking boxing game. Hands down. Shout out to Gervonta Davis. I should have been there at that fight. I'm out of here, out of Albany, New York, and that's pretty much like no more than like a 3 hour drive from where I live. But yeah, Barclays Center definitely hands down one of the best venues out there, hands down. But I should have definitely been there at that fight because I knew some people that were gonna go, and yeah, Gervonta, he delivered. That is just something that I'd like to see from now on. Just keep it to a pure boxing standard because nobody can beat you. Like it just shows. And I like honestly, like I'm just like very proud of him because the way he fought very very smart. He fought very very collectively dependent off of his jab, and he used tremendous ring IQ to the point where we really haven't seen that before, in quite a long time in his fights. So for him to keep on doing that and keep building off of that, I don't see him like getting beat. I think Gervonta has proven himself to be, the darkest titan out of all fighters in this current generation.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting early, and I knew it would be. I knew that Rolly was full of confidence. He's full of bravado. He's kind of gassed himself up to believe that he's going to be able to knock out Tank early, and I actually thought he was going to be a little bit more aggressive than what he was, and I think a large part of that is because it's different when you're in there, against Tank. It looks easy on the outside, but he knew early that he's not as easy to hit as what he thought it was going to be. But nonetheless, he was still the aggressor early. And even Tank admitted there in the post fight interview that, yeah, like I felt his strength. He did hit me with some good hard shots. But all that did was, remind me that I need to be careful, need to be, cautious and use my boxing skill. And he did that. And I kept telling people, like, it's all about timing for Tank, right? He gets comfortable. He starts to find that left hand. And he's just so deadly. He's just really deadly, and he's done this type of knockout many times, man. Maybe not exactly like this, but he has timed that left hand against so many other fighters, and put them on their ass, and he just continues to do it, and nobody's been able to decipher it yet. Nobody, you know what I mean? So, I, I'm astonished by the knockout itself. Seeing Rolly go down like that, I guess for some people would definitely be a sweet moment considering all the shit that he was talking leading up to the fight. But to me, it would have been nice to see a little bit more excitement, for a couple more rounds to see what happens. But hey, it is what it is, and I'm sure people are going to come forward and complain about the stoppage. I can't complain about it too much. He was wobbly, man. He was seriously hurt. I don't know how much time was left in that round, but if there was anything more than 30 seconds left in that round, Tank probably would have hurt him even worse. He was not in a condition to stand there and punch back, I don't think. If there were like 10 seconds left or 5 seconds, maybe, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, man, I think if it goes into round 7, you take a punch like that, it's really, really, really hard to recover from. Getting flush, uh, taking a flush shot like that to the chin is extremely hard to recover and expect yourself to perform well later in the fight, because a shot like that takes a long time to recover from. And just I don't know, man. I don't know what you think about it, K Rod or anybody else in the chat, but I'm very disappointed that he left the ring. It's like you got so much shit to say before the fight, and then you can't stick around to at least say something. Like, what do you got to say now? Like, your ass got knocked out. And now, I don't know, man. I feel like we might have another Teofimo Lopez situation on our hands where post fight, he's going to talk about, oh, I wasn't really hurt. Like Teo was saying against the Cambos, I wasn't really hurt. I was winning the fight. I got up. The referee called it. I feel like excuses are going to come, man. I feel like it's going to come. So I don't know, man. I don't know what you thought about it. Did you have any thoughts about Rolly leaving the ring early, K-Rod?
Yeah. I was very disappointed. I felt like that was some bitch shit. Um, I think honestly, his trainer really deserves a lot more disrespect than he does because he said that they were gonna come into this fight and beat Gervonta down, and they're gonna take everything over and dominate him. But you don't have the common courtesy as a fighter and as a trainer to at least give respect to the other team that dominated you and at least be a man of your loss. Like it's just like, dude, I understand boxing is a sport, but at the end of the day, it's like the problem is that alter egos and mental fortitudes get in the way where the sport can be evenly respected. So therefore, you get this like weird political tribalism of my guy is better than your guy type of thing. And when it comes to that point of having like a cocky trainer and a cocky fighter, which isn't bad unless you can back it up, that leaves you wide open for multiple failures down the road because you guys aren't doing like your homework on those tough opposition level fighters that you could potentially lose to one day. So it's like Rolly obviously showed that he did not come prepared and he didn't study Tank. He didn't have like a plan B. He didn't have a plan C. He didn't have any of that shit. So for him to do that after the fight, that just shows that he was never that fully dedicated to the sport that he claims himself to be. Because the thing is that he definitely focuses on his boxing fundamentals, but he does not go further beyond that. He thinks that his alter egoism is too good for himself not to get better, and he doesn't acknowledge that the fact that a guy like Tank Davis can easily defeat you on your best or worst night. So even compare that to his other controversial fights, like the Jackson Marinas fight, that easily showed that Rolando Romero, he's levels below a bunch of fighters that we could potentially see him lose to. So, for him to do that to Tank Davis, that's just to me, absolute cowardice.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I hate to say it, and I hate to call out fighters, and call them cowards and shit like that, but that's definitely some suspect behavior, because if you knocked out Tank tonight and Tank left the ring, you would have a lot to say, Rolly. And we know that because you always got a lot to say. You're always talking shit. But see, the tables are turned now, and now you're the one that got knocked out, essentially, got counted out. So now when the tables are turned, you trying to run out the back door. Not a good look, in my opinion. But that's what happens when you get humbled in the sport of boxing. That's exactly what happens. And we witnessed it. So, what's up, Carlo? What's up, Jaleesa? Good to have you guys in here. Drake Lemonade, what's good, man? Always good to see you. But look, man, we witnessed an amazing event. The fight hype and everything involved in it was very entertaining. I was on the edge of my seat, and I expected to be. Commentating on it live, punch by punch. For those of you just dropping in and were curious, I had it 3-2 going into the sixth. 3 rounds for Tank. Rolly wasn't doing anything like necessarily eye popping in regards to why I gave him those rounds, but I just did think Tank was just overly defensive, and I think that he felt that he had to be because Rolly is just he's wild. You know what I'm saying? He's just wild. He's throwing big ass punches, and he's a smaller guy. Tank's a smaller guy in this fight. Like there's no point of like, oh, let me try to just exchange with this guy and see what happens. Right? He's smart, and people don't give him credit a lot of times for his ring IQ and his intelligence in the ring, and he displayed that tonight through his patience, his timing, and he got that left hand in there, and I mean that's it. That's all she wrote, and you know what I'm saying? He proved it. So it is what it is, man. People just have to accept it. You have to accept that shit. And now, what I see may happen now, people are going to say, "Oh, Rolly was a bum," because that's what they've been talking about when in regards to Tank quite often is, "Oh, this guy's a bum." Every time he fights somebody. So what are people going to say? Because a lot of people right here, I had a poll going with over 1,000 people in the poll tonight. 1,000. And of that 1,000 people, we had about 20%. That's 200 people. 200 people voting in the poll saying that Romero was going to knock out Tank tonight. So what are y'all going to say now? You know what I'm saying? Masumo, what's good, man? What's on your mind? Masumo, can you hear me? That's what I thought. Marcus Walls in that super chat. What's up, man? Hey, salute to you, man. I'm not sure if you were a part of this. I know it was getting lit in here. You were probably watching the fight, not chatting. But I appreciate the super chat, bro. Much love and appreciation. It was getting lit in here, man. We got up to I believe at one point I want to say like 800 people. But that's how it goes, man. You know what I'm saying? That's how it goes out here. I appreciate every single one of you making the extra effort, to share the video, to continue to come in here, smash the like button and be a part of it, help grow the beautiful voice of boxing. What's up, Platt Boys, man? What's good, bro? You just coming in late or did you watch the fight? Good to have you a part of this. But yeah, man, we have to give Tank his credit now. And, I've always kind of said that, no, he hasn't fought the highest caliber of fighters in the division. But at the same time, he's continuing to put, boxing, not even the division, but boxing on notice. Like, you're knocking dudes out like that. And like I said, man, over 200 people in my poll tonight said that Romero was going to pull the upset. And the dude gets laid flat out on the ropes in the 6th round. You know what I mean? So what is it now, right? Now, though, I think it's to the point where, yes, we have to kind of pressure Tank now and expect Tank to fight the highest caliber fighters now at this point. So I guess that's the next question. Y'all can let me know in the chat. And I'll start it off with K-Rod. So who's the next fight, man? Who's the next fight for Tank at this point, right? Because right now you're in a position where you've impressed people. The arena tonight was packed. People are loving you. You're in a position to do whatever you want. We don't know if you're going to leave Mayweather Promotion and stay with them, whatever it may be. But at this point, it's got to be big fights and big fights only for Tank. So who's next for Tank in your opinion, K-Rod? And everyone else, let me know in the chat what you think. K-Rod, who do you think he should fight next?
Well, you already know what I'm going to say. It is Haney time, and it is Dream Team all day. Let's make it happen. Let's make black men rich together and break that bread. At the end of the day, I think Gervonta versus all the notable names with Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney, like basically all the top names, within the 130 5-pound leading up to like 130 pound divisions. That's basically the last set of big name fights that Tank needs to just get now. So I say go after your Shakur Stevenson, and then if you can, maybe try to attempt to fight Shakur. Let's just say theoretically, if he can make 130 pounds, then go after that, take him out, or he can fight you at 135. And then after that, if you want to take a dab back at 140, then I would smoke out Tiafimo. I would smoke out, like a whole bunch of, up and coming killers in that division. Then after that, I would like to see him, go up to welterweight to possibly fight Keith Thurman, but that's obviously like a fight that's probably not going to happen. But I think for now, just get everybody out at 130 or probably 135. So yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, King of Kings, man, what's good, bro? What's on your mind?
How you doing tonight, man?
Hey, we enjoying boxing, right? We enjoying a beautiful night of boxing.
Hey, yeah, man. So it was an excellent fight tonight, bro. I really enjoyed it, man. But it's time for him to Tank to fight somebody. I mean, Rolly, I mean, did what he could. He made a good showing for himself for a guy with 15 fights with limited amateur background. He was strong, but he all night Tank was getting ready to walk him into that fight, that punch, man. But like I said, we at 135. There's only really one matchup that we want to see this guy at. I mean, T.O., from what I'm understanding, 135 was killing him, so that fight's not going to happen. Lomachenko's off in a war right now. So Kambosos Haney winner, I guess it will have to be Kambosos, because if Kambosos doesn't win, he's going to rematch Haney, and that's going to be washed again. So I think it's time. Let's see Tank against a legitimate top 3 in the division. If he's number 3, then number 1 or 2, and that's all there is to it. Because it's this time. If he leaves Mayweather and goes somewhere, I mean, that should be the only purpose. I think I'm not trying to count nobody's money, but I think he's done enough. Time to go fight a legitimate fighter, and really make it happen. Let's see how good he is, because I think he is the best in the division.
Yeah, I agree. It's time for nothing but big fights at this point. And I see Watcher in the chat saying, oh, well, how can you fight him if they're all? I mean, it's a fair point to make. I mean, even with Haney and Kambosos, ideally you would think, yeah, like Tank should get the winner of that for a chance at undisputed, right? But at the same time, they have a rematch clause. So, this fight happens here in the next, whatever it is, the 9 or 10 days. And then I would imagine the rematch will be exercised in the later part of the year, maybe in the fall, maybe November, December timeframe. But it doesn't mean that the division is not lacking any type of talent. I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, Teofimo has complained about the weight, so I hear you on that. Maybe he doesn't want to fight Tank, but maybe they can do like a catch weight or some shit. I don't know, man. But Lomachenko's at the war. Haney and Kambosos are locked up in their little saga that they got going on. And then what I'm saying, you got Isaac Cruz and Ryan Garcia as well. Now, I don't know. I know that Ryan Garcia and Isaac Cruz were talking about fighting each other, but then it fell through because isn't Ryan Garcia locked up into another fight?
No.
I thought I heard that he was under contract to fight somebody else, and that's why he couldn't fight Cruz, or was that all cap?
That's all cap. I think I saw the Doniers on Black Fight Fan describe the situation, and I think that was just never a fight that was ever going to be made, because how could they both be tied up with fights and Cruz just fought? I mean, it just sounds like, once again, he's always attaching himself to somebody's name. He keeps avoiding that position where he's earned a mandatory slot, and he somehow keeps whittling himself out of it. Ryan Garcia, man, is not. He's the most. He is the definition of new age clout chasing. He's not going to fight anybody. He realizes what he is, and to be honest, I mean, let's just be like, as far as fighting skill and whatever, you could say he's superior to Rolly, but as far as heart, and that's the main thing I think you need in boxing, he has none. He pumps Kool-Aid, so he's not going to fight nobody. I mean, it's a joke.
I mean, you would love to see Tank knock his ass out, though. But at the end of the day, like, yeah, I agree. I just don't see Ryan Garcia fighting anybody in the top 5, maybe ever. And if he does, he's the type of dude that if he loses, you'll never see him again. You know what I mean? He'll be that, oh, yeah, that there was one guy in the division once. Yeah. I mean, the fact that people were at one point comparing this guy to Oscar De La Hoya because, his baby face looks and all this other shit, it's like this dude is not even, he's light years behind Oscar De La Hoya when it comes to, like, legacy and resume. And it's sad that he was built up to a certain point, but I never bought into the hype, but a lot of people did. But I think people are starting to slowly realize that this dude is just, he's a Twitter warrior as well. Like you said, clout chasing is basically all he is. So I don't know, man, maybe Tank will be in a position where he feels like he can't get any of the bigger fights, and he knows he'll be criticized. Which is, it's not all his fault because, as we just mentioned, Lomachenko's not available. Lopez has complained about 135. George and Haney's locked up doing what they're doing. So it's not all his fault, but he'll be criticized nonetheless because he's been criticized quite a bit. So maybe this is a time where he will move up to 140 and move on to other things. And then, at some point, maybe after the Devin, Haney, and Kambosos situation is finished, I would hope that it's, cleared, in the sense that someone's going to win both of those fights and we have a clear victor, right? Where it's like, okay, this person is the best. He's undisputed. And then Tank can do whatever at 140 and then maybe go revisit whoever comes out on top of those two fights between Haney and Kambosos. But I think that it's a very high possibility that Tank moves up because there's nothing there at 135 at this point as far as availability. And he doesn't want to continue to fight like lesser tier fighters and then can get criticized for it. I would imagine that he does care about legacy and what people are saying about him at this point in his career. So at 140, maybe, I don't know. Does he take on Josh Taylor? Maybe, something like that at 140. I don't know, but there's some other guys too that he can possibly face off at 140. It's tough to say. We know we got Gary Antoine Russell at 140 as well, but I don't know if he's ready for Tank. I don't know if he's ready. So I don't know, guys. It's a difficult situation for Tank to be in because he's the best in the division, but unfortunately, he can't get those big fights right now. So we'll see what he does, and maybe he takes a little break and just kind of waits to see how things unfold, and then go from there. But he impressed me tonight. I expected him to win it. I predicted a late round stoppage. But if I were to be completely honest, I thought that Rolly would do slightly better than what he did. He did pretty good the first couple of rounds, but it became abundantly clear as the fight continued on that Tank was starting to get his timing, line up that left hand. And I just kept saying it during the live commentary, like, it's coming, right? That left hand is getting closer and closer and closer. And it just so happened that not only did it land, but Rolly walked into it. And that's why he had a difficult time getting up. And to be honest with you, if Rolly wasn't as strong as he is and as good shape that he is, he probably would have just got laid flat out. But I'm actually quite surprised that he was able to. I mean, that shot was so flush. I mean, oh man. The fact that he's even able to get up on his feet at all is actually quite surprising. But look, man, don't be surprised, man, within the next couple of days that they will start, Rolly and his team will come out and say that I was winning the fight and I wasn't really hurt. Yeah, he hit me with the shot, but I was okay. The referee shouldn't have stopped it. Be prepared for that. And also be prepared for the haters of Tank Davis, which there's plenty of them, to come out and say that, oh, Rolly was a bum. He fought another bum. He's not fighting high caliber fighters. So y'all be ready for that type of music to be played here within the next couple of days. But over here on Divine Sense Boxing, I'm going to give credit where credit's due. I mean, Tank that punch and the way he approached this fight showed a lot of ring IQ, man. And you can't convince me otherwise. It wasn't a lucky punch. He was preparing. He was timing that, right? That was all tactic right there. And that's just how I see it, man. I got to call it for what it is. And so we're going to see within the next couple of months what he's going to do in regards to Mayweather Promotions. Is he going to leave? He's going to stay? I am a little bit agitated at Tank on that regard, to be completely honest with you, with the things that he has said about Mayweather and Mayweather Promotions. Like, he's leaving, he's not leaving. He takes shots, and then the next moment he's like, oh, well, I appreciate Mayweather Promotions. And it's just kind of like, man, like, get your story straight. Like, what are you doing? Like, this is part of the problem, right? Is you are an excellent fighter with a lot of talent, but I don't know how stable you are in regards to your career path and what you want to do. Like, you want to be your own man, cool, go do it. But then the rumors come out that, oh, well, actually, he may not leave Mayweather Promotions after all. It's just like, it's just irritating, man. And I hate this political side of boxing. I hate it. I hate it with the passion. Absolutely hate it. It's like the same shit we're dealing with Spence and Crawford. This politics bullshit. And it's just agitating. It's agitating as boxing fans because tonight we witnessed an amazing event, right? And we were a part of that. And that part of boxing will never die. That part of boxing keeps boxing alive. But we get dragged through the mud all the damn time, man. It's like every time we arrive at a big fight, it's like we go to a fight, I feel like, with scraped knees and elbows, because we've been dragged through the mud on the process of getting these big events. And it's a shame, right? Because no other sport puts the fans through that type of chaos or turmoil, right? And so a guy with that amount of talent, and now with that amount of recognition in Tank Davis, like, no, you are in position to do whatever the fuck you want to do, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stay with Mayweather Promotions, then tell Mayweather and Leonard Ellerby, like, yo, this is the fuck I want. And if you can't give it to me, I'm out. Like, I'm Tank Davis. You know, like, you know what I'm saying? You know what you bring to the table at this point. But if you want to wash your hands of them, do your own thing. You know what I'm saying? Go, I don't know, man. Go talk to PBC or do something, man. But a lot of this shit about not getting the fights, you know, Tank has to take some type of responsibility, in my opinion. He does. And I say that with love in my heart because from what I witnessed tonight and other fights, like, this guy is one of the best fighters in boxing, period. And he's got the opportunity to conquer multiple weight classes if he wants to. You know, and that says a lot because he's not a big man. He's not. But he's just so talented that he can literally carve a legacy in boxing of being one of the greatest little guys in boxing history ever. Honestly, with that type of talent. You know what I mean? And it's up to him. It's up to him, man, to be able to navigate and figure out a way to get around boxing politics. So, you know, that's just my thoughts on that, man.
You're absolutely, Divine, real quick, man. You're absolutely right about at some point in time he needs to take responsibility because I did hear him say that he never asked his promotion for the fights. There's things that, you know, because by nature people love to hate Mayweather, so they want to blame everything on him. But a lot of that stuff I put on Gervonta. He hasn't, when Mayweather is using Lomachenko as a punishment for you, you should have said, okay, yeah, line that fight up. I'm ready. Let me put this dude to sleep. Instead, you shy away. So there's things where I've seen him embrace the spoon feeding. So, like I said, hopefully he does interject. But if he's not going to, I mean, the truth of the matter is the fights are at Top Rank. If he doesn't go over there, then why are you even leaving Mayweather? You might as well just stay. I mean, because they're going to give you the same fights. I mean, he might go to PVC, but I mean, I see them building a couple opponents for him over there. But the truth of the matter is, like, you know, Haney had to go to Top Rank where most fighters do not want to go once they've established themselves as a, you know, a guy that can do their own career stuff. But that's where the fighters are. And like I said, 135 is getting real bare real fast. So 140 is loaded still. And people can say what they want about, but every one of those fights are competitive, even if he goes against Progress, Josh Taylor. There, you know, there's a lot of guys at 140. So like I said, 135. I think maybe he just missed the train a little bit too much. Maybe he can take an intern fight and wait for one of those guys. But then, like I said, if they become a dispute and you beat one of them, then what? So I guess it's just time to go ahead and move up. And like I said, the fights are over at Top Rank.
Yeah, you can only use the reasoning / excuse or however you want to frame it. Like, oh, well, it's not my fault because these guys are not available. Like, there's only so long you can continue to use that. You know, I'm like, okay, we get that, right? We're not saying that what you're saying is not true, but what we are saying is stop idling, make a move, make it clear. Like, go up to 140. We don't think that you would have any issue at 140. You can make the weight. You're talented enough to compete in the weight. And there's titles to be won at that weight class, ready for the taking. So continue to handle your business and continue to create your legacy. In the meantime, let's see what 135 does and how it unfolds. If you want to drop back down, then do it. You know what I mean? And take those belts as well. But at this point, like, we give him his flowers. We give him accreditation for his talent, his abilities. We recognize it. We see it. We witness it. And now when we say these things, we say it out of love, right? We say it because we want to see the best for him. We want to see him continue to climb to the pinnacle of the sport of boxing and carve his name into the history of the sport. And he has all of the tools to do it. Being a talented, small fighter that has the ability to conquer multiple weight classes and knock out all of these champions. I mean, 27-0 with 24 knockouts is like something that you can continue to build a monumental career off of. You have all of the momentum, and you have to take some matters into your own hands at this point in your career. You can no longer use the excuse that, oh, well, I'm only 20-0, or I'm only 21-0, I'm only 22-0. Oh, I haven't had the opportunity to fight this guy or that guy. Like, I think those reasonings and or excuses should no longer be a part of his story anymore. You got to make moves and stop waiting around and make it happen. But the politics of boxing and how you maneuver your career is totally different than what you got to do in the ring. It's a different part of your growth and your maturity as a man, right? To be able to navigate and make these type of decisions. We know what you can do in the ring. As a matter of fact, every promoter in boxing knows who Tank Davis is and knows that he's one of the most talented fighters in boxing, right? But if you don't stand on your own 2 feet and make demands, they're going to continue to use you. That's just what it is, And in a way, you think Mayweather cares about Tank Davis complaining about shit? Mayweather don't give a fuck, bro. You out there winning and he's making money. Every time you win, Mayweather shines. Because Mayweather brought you into the game. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you think he really cares what Tank's saying? He's probably thinking, man, whatever, man. He can say whatever he wants to say. It's like 78 was saying the other day. Do you think a pimp cares about one of his hoes talking shit? I hate to put it that way. But, I mean, at the end of the day, he pays Tank's paycheck, man. But the problem is that you ain't a hoe. That's the thing. You are not a hoe. You are a talented, young fighter at the pinnacle, at the climax of your career, and you can say, Mayweather, man, I ain't going to be handled like this. I'm going to handle my business. So make it clear. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. Like, when I say these things, I say it out of love. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to ridicule or criticize the man, but you got to look at it Mayweather's perspective. That's how he's look. You really think he really, honestly, genuinely cares about Tank Davis like a brother or a son or at that type of level? No, he's a businessman. Sure, maybe he cares about fighters a little bit more than Bob Arum or these other promoters out there. Sure, that's fine. He was a fighter before. He's going to have that type of attachment and understanding. But at the end of the day, he's a businessman. And he's going to make the moves that benefit him more than the fighter. He might do certain things that help the fighter a little bit more than other promoters. But, I mean, it's just what it is. But Tank it now. If I'm Tank, after this fight, I'm going straight to Leonard Ellerby and say, look, man, this is what it is. This is my expectation. This is what I want from Mayweather Promotions. And that's it. I'm not budging off of it. This is what I want right here. Whatever it is, fights, contracts, money, whatever it is. This is what I want. I've earned that right to make those type of demands. If it was Mayweather in this position and his point is in his career, he would do the same shit. Bob Arum Top Rank couldn't give Mayweather what he wanted. That's why he left and did his own thing, fought Oscar De La Hoya, and became the pay-per-view king. So that's what it is, in my opinion. So we'll see what happens, man. What do I think about Rolly and what he does next? I mean, he shouldn't hang his head low, man. That's why I got irritated that he left the ring early. I mean, I caught that early. I was like, what? I think a lot of people were just celebrating the win. But for me, I caught that shit quick. I'm like, wow, after all that shit you're talking, bro, and you're able to leave on your own 2 feet like that, it's not like you're hurt and you need medical attention and you got to be taken out of the ring and get evaluated. Like, You know what I'm saying? You recovered. You got dropped. You got stopped. Your ego took a much bigger hit than your face did. And you walking out like that, I don't know, man. That's just a bad look to me. That shit like that irritates me. But he's got nothing to be ashamed about, really. He's fought one of the best fighters in boxing. You know what I'm saying? He went in there and he did his best. It's just different levels to this game. That's just what it comes down to. You had nothing to be ashamed of. You can come back and fight other fighters in the division and still make some noise and win some money and climb the ladder, bro. Like, I don't know, man. But I think it showed his maturity. A lot of the antics and shit that he was talking leading up to the fight was also maturity. It was entertaining. You know, we laughed at it. We were like, okay, he's talking this shit. Let's see what happens. But I think what really showed was his maturity to not be able to take this defeat like a man. And that's just my opinion.
Hey, I think he missed out on a golden opportunity, though, bro. Like, I'm just saying, like, okay, if you're gonna be the dick, take it all the way. He should have stayed in the ring, and afterwards, it's been like, you know, Fernando Vargas just still talking mess, like, yo, he was running all night, he got lucky. I blinked for a second, or just go crazy and just really become. I mean, they were already booing you. You might as well just fully embrace it. You know what I mean? And just. But running back to the back of the stage like that, like he said, I noticed it real fast. I'm like, what's he doing in the back already? It just looks bad, man. He'd been better off just going ahead and fully soaking them up. You know, everybody already mad and hate you, so go ahead and talk some crap and really just embrace the role.
Absolutely, man. I see my man Teach saying, nah, he was hurt. He walked back on shaky legs. Nah, he wasn't hurt like that, bro. He wasn't hurt like that. I've seen fighters get like put to sleep and still like wake up and talk after a fight.
His feelings was hurt. That's what it was.
No, exactly. His ego took a bigger hit than what his chin did. That's facts. And you can see it on his face when he's leaving. He's like, man, fuck this shit, man. I don't got nothing to say. I don't know. That's just some little boy shit to me, man. And in this game, you do see that from time to time, man. Because at the end of the day, it is a young man's sport, right? And we have different fighters coming in from different walks of life. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they didn't have much guidance, not a lot of parental guidance or some type of role model to look up to. I'm not saying that's Rolly. I don't know him personally like that. But when people act like that, when they talk a lot of shit, and it's no different than high school shit. You know what I'm saying? Like two dudes talking shit. They meet up at Burger King after school. One dude gets knocked out. And then instead of like everyone goes crazy, and when you get up, you try to get in your car and drive away like nothing happened. It's like, bro, you just got knocked the fuck out. Like, it is what it is. Like, you go up to the dude and be like, hey, you shake the man's hand. All right, you got me. Now the beef is squashed and you move forward, right? There's something about fighting in general, combat sports. It's that moment of clarity, right? It's that moment of you just been humbled. Most people, unless you got a screw loose in your head, like if you just got knocked out and you go to the guy and say, hey, let's shake hands, like you got me. 9 times out of 10, that person who just knocked you out, it's like, yeah, bro, it's all good. Beef is squashed. Like, we good. Right? So it's like, what do you have to lose in that situation, in my opinion? But maybe, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm old school. Maybe these young dudes act differently out here now. I don't know. But, you know, I've personally been on both ends of that shit. You know, both ends. I've been in a school fight one time, man, where this dude like jumped on me and I ended up like knocking him out or whatever. And I stuck around because, you know, when you see somebody's head bounce off the concrete like that, it's like your energy level changes. It shifts real quick. It's like, damn, I killed a motherfucker. Like, damn, I'm gonna go to jail. Like, you start having those type of thoughts. But the dude gets up and started acting like a little bitch again. You know what I mean? It's like, wow, okay, you didn't learn shit. You know, but I've been on the side of things where, you know, fights or whatever, and, you know, I got tagged up and I lost, and, you know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, yo, you got the best of me. hey, no problem, right? We move on forward. And a lot of times, man, you know I'm saying, you become boys after that shit. But I don't know, man. That I did not expect that. Let's put it that way. I did not expect that. I thought that he would, like you said, King of Kings, at least he would like continue to talk shit. Something, right? It's either you continue to talk shit or you say, hey, the better man won. But you don't leave like that. I just can't accept it, man. And I don't take the excuse of him being too hurt. Like, he wasn't that hurt. Like I said, I've seen people get put to sleep, wake up, and then give a post-fight interview. So it's not an excuse in my opinion. My man Platt Boy's in the building, dropping in that super chat, man. Hey, man, you're always coming in, showing love, man. You know I got much love and appreciation for you, bro. And I'm glad you're here taking part of this, man, as always. Gian McClain. Oh, he absolutely was embarrassed. Yeah. King of Dead said Conor McGregor broke his leg and was still talking shit. Yeah, true, though.
Hey, that's a great example, man. I got reminiscence of when Broner got knocked out and he kind of ran out the ring after Madonna knocked him out. It was the same situation. It's not about being hurt. He was embarrassed and he didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to react. Like I said,
Facts.
You either deeply hey man, you sitting there and you take the L. If you get talk to the thing, say, hey man, I was doing good work and I think you got a lucky punch on me. Keep that same energy, man. I'm not going to be mad at you. But when you walk out, that's like the little kid. Oh, he done lost the basketball game, so he takes his ball and goes home.
Exactly.
That's the worst response you could have.
100%. And that's what I mean, man. Like, that's why I always say, hey, how are you brought up? You know what I mean? That to me, it's a reflection. And that's just my opinion. Because I tell you this right now, I was competitive as a kid. I lose, playing different sports, and I get pissed off, and I'll kick something or punch something. I get pissed off, and my dad would never tolerate that shit. And he'd come out and say, hey, you just got your ass kicked, man. You better go shake that kid's hand. You better go shake that boy's hand. You got your ass kicked.
Yep,
it's a tough thing to do.
Shake his hand, go in the house, take you a shower, fight another day.
That's it. That's a tough thing to do, man. But you got to learn it when you're a kid, though. That's when you learn it. That's when you have to learn humility, right? And understand loss. You're not going to win everything. Even Mayweather, as great as he is, 50-0. Mayweather lost before. It's not like he's never lost in his life. I'm pretty sure he's been punched in the face before. I'm pretty sure he probably had to pick himself off the canvas before, too. We just don't know about it. That's life. You know what I'm saying? So it makes you wonder, right? And Rolly, he started boxing late. There's a very good chance that every single time he spar, every fight up until this point, he's just been knocking dudes out and beating guys up. And tonight he got humbled. And tonight was the first time where he actually, got laid out. And then he was like, I don't know how to take this. I've never been in this position before. It's very possible. Because he started boxing late. And Tank said it at the press conference. He said, the dude has been feeling nice lately. He's been feeling nice. He's been knocking dudes out. He's confident. But there's levels to this. And Tank was right. Tank called it. And we saw the aftermath of that because he couldn't take that L. So that's why I'm always like, man, you can always kind of tell. Like in my mind, let's put it another way. If Devin Haney loses, right, all shenanigans to the side, because we know they're in Australia and all that other shit. But in a perfect world, right? If Devin Haney loses to Kambosos fair and square, let's make it even better. If Kambosos knocks out Devin Haney, clear shot, boom, knocks him out. Do you think Devin Haney is going to act how Romero acted tonight? Honestly, no. Why? Because he's got a solid father figure behind his corner. He was built different. He'll go over there, shake his hand. You caught me, but we got a rematch, and I'm coming for you in the rematch, and this ain't going to happen again. That's it, right? So you got to put these different things in perspective. and stop making excuses for these people, man. That's just my opinion on that shit. Who we got in the chat here? My man Christian, you said Mayweather didn't fight many prime opponents. Maidana, Guerrero, Judo. Yeah, I said it right the first time. Castillo, Floyd knew his limits. Well, I'm not gonna make this. I'm not gonna make this about Mayweather tonight, man. But I know your mo, Christian. You've been around for a long time. I know you were the type of dude that loved to criticize Mayweather. Maybe another day, you know what I'm saying? We can debate it, but you've been around a long time, bro. You know how I feel about Mayweather. I've made multiple videos over the past decade about Mayweather explaining his resume, man. And somehow it always reverts back to Mayweather and what he could have did and he didn't do. I mean, we can say the same shit about Pacquiao, bro. We can say the same exact. We can say that Pacquiao was a weight bully. We can say that Pacquiao ducked and dodged fighters all day long too. We can say he's the catch weight king. All right, so let's not play that, bro. But I feel like you always look for an opportunity to slide something under the door about Mayweather.
See what I'm saying? No, that's what I'm saying. Yo, really, like if you're a Pacquiao fan, he built his career off shrinking down people that Mayweather already beat. So it is what it is. And like I said, the criticism of the fights at towards the end of his career. Here's a reality check to everybody. That's out of prime Mayweather. That's old man Mayweather in those last 6 fights. That's the time he's supposed to get beat by dudes like that. And he's never fought no guy coming off a knockout. He's never fought. Every guy he's fought came off the best win of his career or as a former champion. So please stop bringing up the Mayweather. That's why Tank gets hate, because they still are mad that Mayweather never lost. And so now they're waiting around hoping that maybe they can get his protege or something. It's just sad. Just grow up. It's over. It's a boxing game. Mayweather won. He's getting paid. He's not thinking about none of you.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I criticize. The criticism continues to come, but then it's like, bro, you're criticizing a man who's made millions of dollars in the sports at the expense of your criticism, and a lot of the money he's made is off of hate. That's the irony of it. If he sold 7 million in pay-per-view, 3.5 million of that were haters because they want to see him lose, and that's fact. Absolute fact. So, yeah, he made money off of your hate. So, that's what it is, man. And I don't understand, like, Maidana not in his prime. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Maidana, I believe, in Guerrero. I'm not sure about Judah. Castillo may have been slightly older than Floyd when they fought, but Castillo was recognized as one of the best fighters at that moment in time, which is why they fought, I believe, for titles. Maidana was definitely younger. Guerrero was younger than what Floyd was. Judah and Floyd are probably around the same age. So I don't know what exactly you mean about, like, they're not in their prime.
This talking points not based on reality, because the truth of the matter is that Maidana he fought was probably the best version of Maidana, because that's when he had been properly training with the Garcias. So it's really it's a lack of knowledge of boxing, period. Judah and him are the same age. It's just they run with a narrative. Even if you want to say something about Pacquiao being older, Pacquiao's still younger than Floyd Mayweather. So the arguments are just dumb. He couldn't get beat. They threw everybody they could at him. And then to the point that, let's put it like this, to the point you're so desperate to get him beat, y'all try to have him fight Triple G, who was a middleweight. So this cut the crap.
Do you know what I think it is, man? Unfortunately, I think it's some people just straight up hate Floyd and other fight. Like, just it's real hate. Like, for whatever reason, they hate the man. But I also think that, unfortunately, some of these dudes, they just listen to the wrong channels out here. Y'all be listening to the wrong people putting out bullshit. And you may not have a certain type of hate for a certain fighter, but the people that you listen to do. have certain hate for a fighter. And that's why they're talking this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And I know because I hear, unlike a lot of other dudes out here who, keep their circle small, they conduct how they conduct on their channel. They only associate with certain channels out here. But me, I've been around for a very, very, very long time. Before BFTB, before Drew Titan, before any of these other, before Champ Side, before Blue Blood, I was here before all of them. So I know what's out there. I know what's been said over years of this shit, man. Like, I think I was even here before 78. So, like, I know this, right? And so I know what people say, and I know you tune in and you just listen. You're listening to hate, bro. At the end of the day, I mean, are we seriously? Let me just hone in on this point real quick about Maidana, because that one irritates me the most, probably. Out of all the other names that you mentioned, that one irritates me the most. Because with Guerrero, I never really liked that fight. I'm saying that as a Mayweather fan. I never liked that fight because I knew that Mayweather was going to whoop his ass. It was not even a contest. But he held the title at the point or whatever it was. Who did he beat? He beat like Berto or some shit, right? I can't remember. So they took the fight, and it was like, I just knew it was going to be a shutout, and that's exactly what it was. But the Maidana one irritates me because y'all forget that he came fresh off a victory of beating Adrian Broner. And not only just beat Adrian Broner, but like smacked him up all across the ring, basically, for at least 8 out of those 12 rounds that they fought. Dropped him as well. So how was he not in his prime? And so I don't know, man. I just don't understand the narrative, but I honestly do think it's just you listen to certain people that are spewing out false narratives or narratives that are full of hate for whatever reason, and people get caught up in that. You got to be careful, right? Because this shit ain't rocket science. The dude came off his best victory of his career, and he put a test on Mayweather, right? He made it a very interesting fight, and like King of Kings just said, like he was in shape then. I mean, they fought for a super welterweight title. The dude right now probably weighs like 200 pounds. And he hasn't fought since he lost to Mayweather. So what? Because his last fight was against Mayweather, it shows that he wasn't in his prime? No, it's because he got his ass beat twice and he couldn't make a comeback. So, I mean, that's what it is. So we always figure out a way to blame Floyd for that. Right now, Marcus Maidana is 38. Right now. We just watched a fight with Erislandy Lara and Gary O'Sullivan. Erislandy Lara is 39, bro. He's 39 years old. And he stopped Gary O'Sullivan. Marcus Maidana right now is 38. When he fought Floyd Mayweather, he was, 93, 2003, he was like 32 years old or some shit when he fought Mayweather in 2014. So what are you talking about? 32 is like, see, that's the thing, man. I guess it's an interpretation of what you think prime is. People say, oh, it's like 28 or 29 or whatever. But like 32, you're not out of your prime yet. I just can't accept it, man. I'm sorry. I just can't accept it. And I just don't know who you've been listening to and how all this shit comes about, but that's just how I feel.
I think Earl Spence right now is what, 32, 31, something like that. So
yeah, and Bud is 35.
Prime. Thank you. Prime, I think prime, what people don't understand, prime is basically you fighting at the heights of your power. So it doesn't mean necessarily you. Some guys are more skilled guys, so their skill develops over time. So the thing about it is, at the end of the day, like I said, that time period when he was winning those fights, Floyd was clearly, he had been out of his prime. It's just you guys don't take that into account. I think he pointed out most eloquently when he was talking about De La Hoya fighting Julio Cesar Chavez, and reporters try to give Julio Cesar Chavez all these extra years. It's like, no, he was only 34, bro, when De La Hoya beat him. So Canelo, when he fought me, was at a prime age, and I think he was 36 or something like that. He was significantly older. And to be honest, you guys, a 23-year-old champion that's unified at that division, that's the age that you take care of these 34, 35, 36-year-old men. He couldn't get it done because he just wasn't good enough. And you just got to accept that. Floyd has a family that's honed their craft for decades. He's the prodigy of that raising. He's had a great amateur background. He came into the fight game. He did everything. I remember when he was getting that. So you guys don't even know the years of him being at 131, 135, 130, something like that, and getting ducked by so many fighters and him forcing these fights. I mean, he was the boogeyman for a long time. And as he went up in the division and the power went down, the hands started breaking. That's when the version of Floyd y'all seen, the throwing 40 punches around, because his hands were done. His prime had been gone. So please stop it. Like I said, all the fighters he had were coming off significant. Adrian Broner was the best fighter in the division. I think he had the WBC belt at that time. He was maybe the young prospect, maybe top 5 easily, and Madonna knocked him out. Beat him up, and then took that, and then Floyd fought him. So this is the hottest fighter in the division at the time. So please, I don't know where you get this prime. Like, you guys don't even know what you're talking about. Prime is when you're at your best, and that was the best Madonna period, because by mine, you had lost to Amir Khan a few years before that when he wasn't training or taking boxing serious. That was the best version of Madonna he fought, period.
Right. I just don't, if you were to say like, yeah, Plat Boy, I got you. If you were to say that Floyd didn't fight fighters that were in their, I guess, like the prime of their prime, like their absolute prime, then there's some names, sure, that you can make an argument. But to say that he fought up washed up fighters, he doesn't have like hardly anybody on his resume where they're actually out of their prime. Like, they might be in the tail end of their prime, but they're definitely not completely out of their prime. And I'm glancing at his resume right now. When he beat Jose Luis Castillo, Jose Luis Castillo was one of the best fighters in the division, and if not boxing at that time. And Castillo was 29 years old. So according to your logic, he was definitely in his prime. All these other fighters, Philip Indu, Chop Chop Corley, all these guys, they were all in their prime. Sean Bay Mitchell, all in their prime. Zab Judah was still very active. Zab Judah was 28 years old. Oscar De La Hoya was like starting like the tail end, right? He was getting ready to exit. So I can say, okay, maybe you can make an argument for Oscar De La Hoya, and maybe you can make an argument for Shane Mosley. But that's about it. And one argument that a lot of people like to make is for Canelo, right? That Canelo wasn't in his prime yet. So it's always like, oh, he's fight guys out of his prime. So now, Canelo wasn't in his prime yet. But I find that funny. Because I'm not saying that he was in his prime when he fought Mayweather, but what I am saying is that a lot of people, and I mean a lot of people, a lot of you guys don't remember because you weren't on YouTube yet. I was active during that time when he fought Canelo, and that was back in 2013. But a lot of people said that Canelo was going to beat Mayweather because Mayweather was aging. Mayweather doesn't have the reflexes anymore. And Canelo was an up-and-coming star that was entering his prime. He wasn't prime yet, but he was entering his prime. And the same people out here that said, oh, well, he fought an inexperienced Canelo are the same people who thought Canelo was going to win.
Preach.
I pay attention to this shit, man. I don't just talk out of my ass. I get aggravated and I get heated about this type of shit, man, because I pay attention to the streets of YouTube and the shit that comes out of people's mouths, man. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Be careful who you listen to out here, because their inconsistency is astounding, and their hypocrisy as well. People forget about that, man. I remember clear as day when people saying, oh, well, Canelo's he's not quite in his prime yet, but he's strong, he's tough, he's young, he's this, he's that. He was a lot. If you remember too, back then he was working side by side with Oscar De La Hoya. And they were leading up to the fight. The whole fight buildup was about how Oscar De La Hoya had the blueprint to beat Mayweather because it was a close fight between Mayweather and De La Hoya. And De La Hoya had the blueprint, and he was like, help Canelo train for the fight. And so the whole leader was like, damn, like, De La Hoya did well against Mayweather. If De La Hoya was a little bit younger, he would have beat Mayweather. And now he's passing the torch to Canelo, who has the youth, and I think Canelo's going to be the one to finally stop Mayweather. Y'all forget this shit, don't you? Y'all forget it. I know you do, but I don't. I got a memory like a fox. I remember all this shit that people be talking about. The only person really that you can criticize on Mayweather's resume is, one for sure is Baltimore. Right? That was a situation that just landed perfectly for Mayweather. But there's no way in 1 million years that Baltimore was ever going to beat Mayweather. Right? And that was just a convenient fight that fell into place for Mayweather, that Mayweather capitalized on, you know what I'm saying, and won the WBC, IBA, and the ring titles against Baltimore. But other than that, in my opinion, it's nitpicking and making arguments out of literally nothing. And the Pacquiao thing, Pacquiao wasn't in his prime yet. Or he was out of his prime. Okay, sure, but so was Mayweather. And Mayweather's older. And once again, 5 years of buildup, 5 years of turmoil, 5 years of packtards and flomos and racists and people coming in here. This move, this wave that came through boxing, calling people all kinds of monkeys and gorillas, and if you support Mayweather and you're non-black, then you're a monkey lover. Y'all think I forgot about that shit. All that shit. And you guys were so confident talking that shit because you thought that Pacquiao was going to wipe the floor with Mayweather. 5 years went by. What happened? Mayweather older, Mayweather out of his prime, just as much and if not more than Pacquiao was. Because Pacquiao came back and beat Keith Thurman. So we all know what happened. Mayweather put on a boxing clinic. And it took people years to accept that. Because all I hear for 2 years straight from those same racists, from those same people saying what they were saying because they couldn't accept their actor. We had 7 million Rolly Romeros out there who couldn't accept defeat. And all I heard for years was, man, he was running. He ran the whole fight. Well, damn. How do you win? How do you win? How do you win rounds by running? How does the CompuBox number have a discrepancy that is so lopsided, but he was running? That don't make no damn sense to me. But now, if you were to mention it, people will finally say, okay. They kind of cower in the corner and be like, okay, yeah, Pacquiao lost to Mayweather. I hate to admit it, but he did. But you guys weren't saying that then. It took you years to accept that.
It was so detrimental, man. It was ridiculous. I think, as we point out the Canelo fight, man, I think what was detrimental to him, that I think he was reading the press clippings, man, because the way he fought him was like, did you know that Floyd stands in front of people and fight them? What are you doing? It's like what are you doing? And like you said, at the end of the day, that Pac-Man is the same one that beat up a Thurman that they swore Mayweather was avoiding. This is what ended up happening. It's just like if he didn't fight everybody he didn't fight often enough to fight all these guys. The way you guys went, the only way he could have did it, he would have had to fight 4 or 5 times a year. Every time somebody popped their head up out of the rough, and he didn't fight this guy, he didn't fight this guy, and blah blah this and that. And low key, the Baldomir fight, that's Zab Judah's fault. If Zab Judah hadn't let that dude beat him, which he should have never lost to him, we might never even see that fight. But like I said, Floyd, the opportunity to go ahead and snap them up, and he still beat the dude that beat him anyway. So, that's the one, like you said, you can criticize him for. But I think these guys really just don't even. You guys should look back at that era of boxing. That was an excellent era at that weight, at those weights, and there was a lot of fighters. It's way more. It's significantly stacked. There was a lot of fighters at that time. So just understand he couldn't fight them all.
All facts. All facts, man. And that's what happens. That's why you saw it. That's why the chat got quiet. That's why the chat gets quiet. See, don't come over here, man. Don't. And I got love for most of you that come in here, even though certain people I don't agree with you, and there's certain people I see you, man. I see you on other channels that damn good and well that they don't like me. And I see you over there having a great time, talking shit. You come over here. What's up, Divine, bro? How you doing, bro? Good to see you, Divine, man. Much love, Divine. But you know what, man? I'm like, it's all good, man. It's all good. I'm not the type of dude that's gonna call you out or make a scene or anything like that. I'm just gonna conduct my business as I see fit. You want to come over? You want to be a part of it? All right. But don't think that I don't notice everything. And don't think I don't hear the sneak dissing that happens constantly. Constantly. I did a live stream all damn night tonight. Over 800 people in here.
Did you listen? All right, I don't know what happened to Divine, but I guess I'll cover till he can bounce back in. I don't know what happened to Divine, but I guess I'll.
Oh, yo. Yeah, man. My VPN be tripping. That's what happened. Y'all can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, cool. Yeah, man. I got this VPN shit set up, because I'm overseas, so sometimes it kicks me out and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I thought the pack cards had came and got you, man. They was marching on you.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's always convenient when it happens, man. Every single time I talk about certain things, but we'll just leave that to the side. Um, what's good, Plat Boy? How you doing, bro? You just
What's
got home?
up, baby? Yeah, man, I had a little fight party at my house, but you know, we usually go to like a little bar or something afterwards. But as soon as I got there, like everybody was leaving, so I was like, "Oh, let me get on the podcast. Let's do it."
Yeah. It always kind of it dwindles down to the diehards at the end of the fight. It gets crazy at the peak. Say we had like 800 people in here at one point, which actually I didn't expect that. I was thinking probably around maybe 200 or 300 tonight, but yeah, man, it stacked up tonight. So that just tells you that the fight was sold. The hype definitely caught people's attention, and it also shows you how popular Tank is, whether you love him or hate him. And so people, made their way in to tune in. But yeah, like it dwindles down to the diehards at the end, man. We chop it up. The stream gets all quiet when I start talking about that real shit.
Can
You
you
know what I
blame
mean? You know what I mean? So they're gonna run off and go to these other channels who I guess tickle them and pamper them, but it ain't happening over here. But Plat Boy, man. So did you? So you said you had a fight party. What did you think about the fight?
them? Man, actually, I was entertained. Uh, Rolly was totally out of his normal character. Like he didn't like when he fought Yigits the last fight, he was like straight throwing bombs.
Yeah.
And I think the respect for each other's power was like relevant in the ring tonight. Uh skill wise, he I mean, you can't judge talent by somebody's jab, but I was impressed that Rolly was actually using the jab most of the night. And but like Tank said, it's like levels to it. Like it was crazy how much Rolly actually respected Tank, because he usually is just he goes in there and right left hook like bombs, even in the clinch he pushes off and throws bombs. Like I was expecting the fight to go a little bit longer, but Tank showed you that is definitely levels to the skill set. You can't just have power and cross over. You know what I mean? Like
Mm.
Tank is amazing, bro. Tank is it's gonna take a lot of skill to get past this guy. He can turn you, he can fight you on the ropes, he can stand in the middle of the ring with you. He's near perfect when it comes to boxing, man. And I was pretty impressed.
Yeah, he took some shots tonight too. Like really did hit him early with some right hands, and really was trying to go to the body. And so, he's got durability as well. He's not just a guy who can punch hard and is kind of slick or whatever, but he showed that he can fight a little bit. I mean, but he was smart enough not to try and just go toe to toe with Rolly. You know what I'm saying? Some people some people call that running, but I call it intelligence. And he like it's like you said, man, it's just levels. I mean, that left hand that landed that ended the fight, that's like reminiscent to some like Henry Armstrong type shit, like some throwback legacy type shots that fighters would land back in the day.
Did it remind
Um,
you of Pacquiao Marquez?
a little bit, yeah.
Man, it was like spot on to me. Like,
Yeah,
wasn't it the
like
same punch,
Tank
like the
mentioned it
left?
too.
Like,
Tank was one that brought it up, and I was like, yeah, you know what? There's definitely some similarities. I guess the difference obviously is that Pacquiao went to sleep.
Right.
And Pacquiao was asleep. He
Man.
took a long nap. He took a long nap after that. But Rolly got up, and he did try to get up, but he was definitely on wobbly legs.
Yeah, he
I mean, that's
wobbled
a
all the way
hell of
to
a
the
shot.
dressing room.
Yeah. I mean, that's a hell of a shot, man. I'm surprised it didn't put him to sleep, to be honest with you. Because he walked right into it.
It was beautiful. I mean, and every punch missed. Like up until that, the punch that dropped him, like every punch rolling through was like perfectly like dodged. It wasn't like he got off one or two. He missed every shot and just ate the counter. And it was just beautiful. It was artwork right there.
Yeah, commentating on the fight live, I thought, in the moment, I thought that they exchanged punches, but Tank just threw a better one. But then going back and watching the replay, Rolly actually threw a right hand to the body. And I don't know if he was trying to follow up with a left hook, but somewhere in between that is when Tank, got that left hand in.
Oh, man.
But he just overcommitted. He just jumped in, like very similar to what Pacquiao did. Just like jumped in with a combo and just leaned to the side and boom, just stuck it right on the spot. You know what I'm saying? And that's it, man. With Marquez, it was a right hand, I believe. Well, Marquez slipped to the right and got the right hand in, and then for Tank it was the left. But yeah, man, it was a beautiful knockout, one for the ages. I guess it wasn't a knockout because he did get up and got counted out. But it could be one of the best of the year. That just the timing of it all and the beauty of it, and how he did it. And, I agree. It was interesting. It was a fun fight to commentate. And I agree as well that Rolly was out of his element. I think he realized quickly that, wow, Tank's a lot harder to hit than what I thought he was going to be. This Tank's footwork, he just gets out of the way, he pivots, he moves, he turns you. And then once Tank started to return shots as well, then Rolly was like, oh, shit, every time I throw, he's coming back. And he probably felt Tank's power as well. And you saw the hesitancy in round 4 and 5, where Rolly a little bit more hesitant. And then 6, I think 6, he before he got dropped, I think he may have started to feel like he was getting closer. And he got a little confidence boost, and that's why he jumped in at Tank right there.
He did catch Tank with a few shots that I don't think Tank's been hit like that before.
Tank was alert. He definitely was alert. No doubt about it. He was, I think, early. I think first round, I can't remember. I think it was first round, Rolly landed at the end of the first.
Yeah.
Rolly landed a right hand. And then Tank afterwards started talking shit, right? He looked at him. Yeah. He said something.
First round knockout. What happened to the knockout? Yeah.
Yeah. Probably just what he said. But I think the shot. I think he felt it for sure. I think he felt it, and so that's why he came out that second round and was very defensive. And I gave Rolly that second round as well, because, quite frankly, Tank was just very defensive. But then the timing started to play a role. Rounds 3, rounds 4, rounds 5, and then boom, 6.
Right. I gave him the second and the third.
Rolly?
I gave Rolly the second and the third. I gave Tank the first one. But
yeah, the first round was very close. It was a fill-out round. Nobody really did anything that was eye-popping. So it can go either way. But Tank definitely 4, 5, 6. There's no doubt about it that he won those rounds clearly because he just started. He started to get that timing down. But yeah, man, we were saying earlier. You were listening in, but we were saying earlier, myself and King of Kings, that it's time. It's time for the big fights now. And it's time for Tank to, stand up and make claim. And no longer be used for. Political amusements or whatever it is, man. Just like, I'm in the position now after this type of knockout against a guy who, quite frankly, a lot of people thought that for whatever reason, that he was going to beat me. I mean, it's not like, I mean, I had a poll going in my chat, and over 200 people said that Rolly was going to pull the upset, and
Wow.
and a part of it was Rolly and how he sold it as well. And but that speaks volume on the casual fans' point
I
of
was
view,
just gonna
right?
say that. I was just gonna
Yeah,
say it. You might need to make a poll with like, are you a casual fan or not? And then the actual
but
poll after
nobody's
that.
really going to claim that they're a casual fan, right?
Right.
Nobody,
I understand.
nobody wants to be put in that box, like, except the real honest people that watch big fights here and there, because that's essentially what a casual fan
Right.
is somebody who
They only watch the
just
big
catches the big
fights.
fights.
Yeah.
You
By the
know,
way,
and
much respect to you, King. Much respect to you. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, man? But the funny part is I mean, this understanding is, being a hardcore. Any fight where you're starting to get a bigger crowd, that's the majority of, like, boxing. Like, a hardcore fan base is not that big. I mean, we're getting smaller and
facts.
smaller every day. So the
Yep.
majority of people are casual. They a lot of them get into for the knockouts. They're the attractions, the exciting fights. They don't know the breakdowns of what we know about skill sets and stuff like that. The majority of them are like, dang, Tank knocks people out. Deontay Wilder, he's sleeping dudes, and they start catching on there. But they might not even know who the opponent is. And like I said, Rolly, he talked a good game. He sold himself. He did what you're supposed. Look, to be honest, unfortunately, he just doesn't have the skill set development behind it. But he's done what I want a lot of fighters to do. Market yourself. Develop somebody. Either they hate you or love you. Do something. Bring some eyes to the sport. Quit expecting people to show up in a sport where it's just not mainstream in America. You got to do something extra. And he did it, and he
Exactly.
got a lot of people out there looking at it, really actually believe. There was a lot of people I was trying to serve some crow to, but they disappeared all of a sudden because I had some people picking Romero. But, that's just the game. It's nothing wrong with being casual. We glad you're watching the fights, man. We need help.
It's absolutely nothing wrong with the casual fan. Don't get me twisted. It's just when it comes to an argument or a disagreement, like, you can't argue. If you're a hardcore guy, like, most of the ins and outs, so it's hard to like hold up a debate with the casual because they have maybe 25% of the information that you have when it comes to the sport. But overall, you need if you didn't have casuals, we wouldn't have boxing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So and it's always been like that.
Yeah.
It's always been like that throughout history. I mean, you can go to the Ali days and even back to the Jack Johnson days. People who would tune in to a Jack Johnson fight, a lot of them just wanted to see him lose. I mean, that's just the way it is. They don't know anything really about the sport. I mean, back in the early 1900s, they were racing horses and shit. That's what that was like the number one sport back then. Boxing was a pastime. Boxing was like, oh, it's something we can do on a Saturday instead of watching horse racing or baseball, right? Baseball used to be America's number one sport, right? So, it's always been like that. It'll always be like that. And in real life, when I get into conversations about boxing, I can usually tell. I run into it in the boxing gym. Even in the boxing gym, I go in and do work, whatever, pad work, sparring, and I get into conversations about boxing. A lot of them really don't know. You know what I mean? Maybe they like it. They like boxing, but they don't really know boxing like that. And so it's full circle, but you're right. We need them essentially for the sport of boxing to survive because they are the volume, right?
But
They're the ones that
YouTube has made it worse. I mean, to be honest, because there's a lot of people that have channels and they watch enough boxing where they shouldn't be casuals, but it's like they're casual by ignorance. And it's just like, so when you're a person and you're interested in the fights, you type in Romero, it's not like you're going to pop up or somebody actually knows boxing. It's random stuff. Like if you've ever, you're like, this dude doesn't know jack about boxing. Why is he even popping up on the feed? So they get to listen to them and, because they want to get the quick information. And like I said, so those guys aren't the ones that suck. It's like I said, the ones that know better and they still say goofy stuff. And we have to listen to that mess. Like somebody in the, chat.
I think you need to, as a channel out here, that's what I was speaking on earlier. It's sad because people get misinformation. They get caught up in the clout chasing. They get caught up in the hey, be a part of my channel so we can get clicks and whatever have you. And there's, man, I can just rattle off names right off the top of my head that are doing that right now. Even to the point where the desperation of getting a fan base becomes extremely pathetic, to the point where you fake injury or even death sometimes to get support from subscribers. And this is, I mean, I'm not pulling things out of my ass. This is actually happening in real life. The channel's doing this type of shit, boxing channels, okay, which is within our community. But I think the biggest problem is that you have to know and stick to your guns, right? You have to know what your MO is. If you are a guy, let's say, for example, like Stormy B Man, right? He understands the history of the sport. He's been in corners before, training younger fighters, and as a young man, he probably had his fair share of being in the ring. And he's got a wide scope, right? He can talk about a plethora amount of topics in regards to boxing. Then you get the people that are straight up just historians of the sport, like Scrapbook and the late Kurt Sugar. These guys can just drop gems on you about the old time fighters, and they know the resumes, they know the history of the sport. And then you get guys who have the experience of being in the ring. They've been a fighter, they've been around the gyms, they understand the stylistic point of view of boxing. And that's what you should stick to. And to me, it always kind of irritates me when we have certain channels that, like, oh yeah, I used to be a boxer and I'm out here talking, giving my fight predictions and da 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 da. But then you get into a whole conversation, or you want to get involved in a conversation about resumes and legacy and all-time greats, and you just don't have that knowledge. You're not ready for that. And vice versa on the opposite side. Guys who really don't understand what it is to, like, actually, understand what it is to be in the ring and understand the stylistic point of view to that extent. You may know a lot about the sport in regards to legacy and who fought who and resumes, but that's why boxing is interesting when it comes here. When you look at other sports like basketball, there's a lot of channels out here that talk about basketball, for example. It's not as, how can I put it? Like, you don't have to be a professional basketball player or play at a high level before to be able to commentate and talk about basketball. Because basketball is a sport, in America especially, that at some point in life, most Americans have played basketball at some point. They understand the game. It's part of our culture. You played in junior high, you played in high school, whatever it is, right? So it's like, we understand the game, and we may not know it as well as a professional basketball player, but well enough to really be able to talk about it and have a YouTube channel about it. But boxing is just different, man, because most people have never boxed before. That's just the reality of it. You watch it as a fan, you enjoy it, but you've actually never have experienced it. And I'm not saying that you have to be able to talk about it, but you got to know your lane. That's the problem. And you out there talking about the sport as if you understand it and you know about it, but you don't. And that's why these fighters get irritated at people in the media who talk about boxing like they understand. That's why Mayweather used to point it out all the time. Like that dude, what's that dude? Brian Kenny. That dude irritates the shit out of me.
Yep, terrible.
Right? And he used to irritate the shit out of Mayweather when Brian Kenny was on ESPN. That's why Mayweather was like, you've never put on a pair of boxing gloves in your life. Like, who are you to tell me how I should fight one person or the other? Like,
is that the one that told Mayweather if he was like 20 years younger or something?
No, that's Larry Merchant.
That was Larry Merchant.
Okay.
No, this is the one on ESPN. The host, he was always energetically ignorant.
Oh, he had the beef with him, like before the Pacquiao fight.
No, that's not
Oh
him
yeah,
either. He just well, I guess it would be, but he always did
think it was
the interviews back then
okay.
before it
Okay, I
was
got you.
prominent.
it's on YouTube, bro. Like
Yeah,
it's still up
I'm
there.
pretty sure I saw it. I got names mixed up.
It was probably like 2000, maybe like 7 or 8,
Mm-hmm.
like quite early. But yeah, Mayweather was interviewed on ESPN with Brian Kenny, and Brian Kenny was giving him shit for like fighting catch weights or something like that. And it was about the Oscar De La Hoya fight.
Hmm.
And he was giving Mayweather shit like, "Oh, you barely beat Oscar and this and that." And anyways, he pissed Mayweather off. And Mayweather was like, what did he say? Something like, "You're a man of what do you say? Like you're good at many things but great at nothing," or some shit like that.
Yep.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
yeah. So it's people like that. It's people like that, and there are a lot of Brian Kennys on YouTube, man. A lot of them, and I just I don't have the patience for it, and unfortunately, a lot of them don't want to have open conversations with anybody. They just want to have their little safety net on YouTube, and and people subscribe to it, and ironically enough, these guys, they have bigger channels than some of us out here that actually know about boxing.
Yeah, I
That's
think
the
most of
irony
their
of it.
subscribers are people that already have those same thoughts in mind. Like when I subscribed to you, it was just like cut down the middle. I was like, man, he really talking boxing and not like on either side of the track. It's just right down the middle. You, Blue Blood, Drew Titan, like y'all were like just right down the middle. And I was like, this is the type of boxing I want to hear, not
Right.
somebody that like always picks the Canelo or the the type of shit like that. Like
Yeah, the bias shit.
the bias, one-sided, always doing exactly what you expect them to do or saying exactly what you expect them to say. Like that's I watched a few of those channels and like I think I blocked most of them, but I don't even like it to come up on the algorithm. So
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and then unfortunately, boxing is a race driven sport as well.
right.
So you get channels who will only go for their own race. It doesn't matter who it is or who they're fighting. And to me, that's not boxing then. That's race driven. The people who are Canelo fans because he's a Latino. It doesn't matter, I'm saying, who he's going to fight or if he loses. Like, there are channels out there saying that Canelo did well against Bivol,
Man.
and shit like that. It's
Let me ask you this: was Bivol a cherry pick gone bad? Do you think, or do you think Canelo actually think like he's the best opponent for me right now to showcase his skill set?
For me personally, I think it's a cherry pick, man. I think it's a cherry pick going wrong, and I truly believe that he thought that he was going to go up there and collect another belt, and he thought that it was easy pickings, and he's a little bit bigger than me. He looked at it in the same regards of like when he went up and fought Kovalev, right, and it backfired on him, 100%. It backfired on him, and it's not like there was nobody else that he could have fought at 168, right?
So
It's just that he chose that. He had options, right?
Yeah.
He did see Bivol as the problem is. See, it's funny because Bivol pointed it out. Canelo not only saw him as a cherry, he saw him as a declining cherry. He watched the last few fights where Bivol admitted later that he just wasn't interested. So he thought he was vulnerable. And compared to the other choices that he had, 168 is stacked. I mean, there's an army of fighters that he's gonna have problems with. I think him thinking that the funny part is a smaller guy goes up because it's on some level he always gonna think he has a speed advantage. And I think he thought Bivol wasn't wasn't. I don't like I said. I think his matchmaking, Eddie Reynosa, who's normally pretty good at that, was just poor, terrible. Somehow he saw that maybe Bivol was slow or whatever, or he maybe didn't think he had enough speed. And so they thought they was going. That was easy work. They weren't going up there to beat fight Beterbiev or Beterbiev or whatever his name is. They're trying to age him out. So they thought that was the easy work at 175, and they got beat. And I don't know how that any boxing purist could have seen that coming, because Bivol, he's long, he's a good boxer. Yes, maybe defensively he's not moving his head, but his footwork is excellent, and he got dog walked. And so it was a cherry pick. He really thought he was going to keep his European assassination title, and he went over and got his ass whooped.
The my bad, Divine. The lack of speed that you were talking about, that Bivol, he didn't have the speed. Maybe that was why they picked him, but he was like S tier in timing. Like the dude was dropping shots, like he was hitting Canelo with shots that nobody could get off against him. Especially when Canelo was against the ropes, he was just unloading 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and move to the side. Canelo throws something that doesn't hit 1, 2, 3. Man, I would say it's a master class. Like he was totally outclassed against Bivol.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was, but like I said, they were watching his last few fights. I think they thought there was some chinks in there, or maybe they felt like he was inexperienced. But like I said, that's just not understanding a fighter's skill set at all. Even just the small things of looking at when he would swing, he was hitting elbows and stuff.
Right.
Bivol's defense, Bivol didn't have to move his head. He could just tuck his elbows to his side, and that's his natural stance. Canelo couldn't even reach him. He wasn't even. It looked like he was just trying to throw haymakers. The fight style was sloppy. It's like, dude, like, what are you trying to do? Like, he just I think Canelo just believed in his like he just believed the song and dance. I think he just thought he was going to knock him out, and he acted like that. Got frustrated. And it just looked sad for somebody who supposedly was pound for pound. No, he was. Let's put that pound for pound number one, and he went there and got his ass whooped.
Looked like he tried to get him out early. The first 2 rounds, he was.
Oh yeah,
Canelo
he unloaded,
loaded up.
Yep. And
anybody that can take a Joe Smith, like people may not think highly of Joe Smith, but I think he has legit knockout power. Anybody that can take a shot from him and just keep on fighting does not have a soft chin. And Canelo, it should have been reality. You're just not going to knock this dude out. That's just like says it's terrible matchmaking, and they thought he was a cherry, and that was just sloppiness on their part. They thought that the zone route was going to be the easier route, because if he beats him, then he fights some dude named Ryder, who I don't even know who the hell that is, and then he fights Triple G. That was a beautiful match for him. That was a beautiful option for him to have.
Do you know why I know that it was a cherry pick? Because the fight, putting the fight to the side, to him getting outclassed the way that he was, the fact that you take a loss like that, and what is the first thing that you do? Oh, I'm going to go fight Triple G. Because you're so desperate. You're so desperate to get back into the winning column.
Right.
Right. So are you going to say, oh, I lost, I bit off more than I can chew, no problem. Let me get a fight arranged with, Charlo, or let me get a fight arranged with Benavidez, or let me get a fight arranged with Andre if he, once he's, recovers from his injury, or whatever it is, right? Instead, it's like you pick a 40-year-old man who you've already fought twice, and who was clearly not the same fighter when he fought Murata.
Yeah, we all know how that's going to go.
Right? So you think about this, though. You got to wrap your head around this. And anybody who supports this Triple G fight, a.k.a. trilogy, that's how they're, I guess technically it is a trilogy, but what a poor example of a trilogy. But anybody who's supporting this trilogy, I question, number one, your true dedication to the sport of boxing. And quite frankly, I just think you're a flat out, straight up Canelo dick rider.
Right.
Because the reality of it is that Canelo is going to go in there and not only accomplish getting back into the winning column and defending his 168 titles, by the way, against a guy who has always been at 160, who you fought twice at 160. So he's been criticized for not defending his title. So I'm going to defend it against a 160 pounder because that's what it is.
He still has the advantage
And
with Triple G having to come up. Yeah.
Yep.
Little
and
G.
he's going to take the opportunity to be the first one to stop and knock out Triple G. So he's going to get all of these accolades for defending his belts and being the first one to knock out Triple G, and the casuals and the Canelo dick riders are going to, hold him up to high regard. Like, oh my God, he's back. He's the best. And it's just that 175, that fight against Bivol, it was just a bad night. And what am I going to do? I'm going to wipe my ass with it. That's what I'm going to do. With the fight itself. And I, as a boxing fan, I hate to say this and it kills me to say this, but I don't even want to commentate on it. And I love commentating fights, right? It's what I look forward to.
Right.
And I love having these fight parties and having people involved, but it's like, I don't want to commentate this shit, man, because if Canelo knocks this dude out, I'll probably just turn my camera off. Because I don't want to see none of it. And it's like, I'll probably watch it just to see if Triple G just like shocks me. But am I willing to put money on it or spend 3 hours of my for me Sunday morning on commentating on this fight when the reality is and the likelihood is Triple G's going to get beat up?
We all agree this is prime Canelo, right? That we're talking about.
Sure. Yeah.
So
30,
he
31,
lost,
32.
Let's keep in mind he lost to Bivol in his prime. So when he beats Triple G, let's keep in mind Triple G is like way washed over the hill when the options are prime or other prime candidates, fighters in their prime. So like it's still another cherry pick situation. It's never.
Yes, it is.
It's never a dog fight. It's never like, oh shit, here's Canelo going after Charlo or Benavidez or the 100 million for one of those guys and Spence at a catch weight. Like we're not getting that. We're getting over the hill. Watch Triple G.
Another thing is Triple G has been chasing Canelo for the past 5 fucking years. And why does he continue to get the Canelo fight over and over and over again? But nobody else gets an opportunity to fight the man. But Triple G, he gets a little like lackluster victory against a guy who 5 years earlier, he probably would have knocked out Murata, no problem. But he gets that victory, and that warrants you to get the trilogy against Canelo, who's coming off a loss. That's just bullshit, man. And the more I think about it, it just pisses me off. So I don't really want to put too much time and energy thinking about it.
Yeah.
And then it's like, it's just always excuses, man. So, Benavidez ain't ready yet. Or, they got excuses for the Charlo brothers. Or, Andre, he can't sell. Or whatever, right?
When did a fighter ever become responsible for somebody else being ready? That's the one thing I'll say about the Charlos is they call them the pub killers. Okay, Lubin, you say you're ready? All right, come in here and get knocked out. That's what you do if you say somebody's not ready, especially when you have your resume, when you have a Ibram or whoever on your record. You can no longer use that excuse when you fight the opponents you have, because 50% of the opponents that you show me aren't ready. Just be honest. You can't beat these dudes. You don't think you can beat them.
Right.
You don't want to be in a fair fight. I don't know the last time somebody said something to me the other day, because I was like, I told him, I said, before the Bivol fight, I don't watch Canelo fights because they're trash. You're just fighting whoever, or I watch them on replays. I haven't paid for a pay-per-view of his for years. So it's just like, just be honest, like cut the crap. And bet, I mean, what's his name? Benavidez. I'm irritated with Benavidez because if he was taking care of business, we wouldn't be talking about Canelo being unified at 168. I mean, it's just like it's annoying because if he was taking, if he wasn't playing with his nose like that, like he would have had to go through you. He would have had to go for that history. He said he wanted to chase. He had to go through you, and you allowed him to get through the back door. And now we have to deal with the talk of him trying to act like that Bivol was so oversized. That was not why you lost. You got beat by skills.
Skill set. It was absolutely skill set.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a little bit. I mean, I think one big thing is that Bivol was able to take his best punch. I mean, that is relevant. You know what I mean? And Bivol said, like, oh, yeah, my arm is a little bit bruised up. But look, Bivol probably spars against cruiserweights. You know what I mean? Like, right. So he wasn't worried about Canelo's power. He was a little bit cautious not to get hit with something that he didn't see. And that's why he didn't jump all over Canelo when he buzzed Canelo a few times and Canelo fell into the ropes. And then he was like, nope, you come to me. You know what I mean? But as far as like being in that high guard or using his footwork, he wasn't scared of Canelo at all. He felt his power. He's like, yep, I felt stronger punches before. Like,
hey, sorry to interject real quick, but Bivol, after that, somebody came up to him because, you know, Canelo gets all the reports on his side, and they're like, oh, you know, because you're bigger than this and that, and, you know, he's a smaller light heavyweight. And Bivol's like, well, I'm a smaller light heavyweight. You know what? I'll come down to 168 and clean him up again. Like what? Like he was literally like, because the excuses were flowing, you know, and he was just like straight up like, look, I'm a small light heavyweight too. I'll come to, like, originally I thought this fight was supposed to have been at 168. So, hey, usually I'm not in favor of no fighter coming down, but if he's that confident, okay, well, all right, let's get the rematch going. You go beat up on Triple G, and then in whatever the month is that you fight in, okay, let Bivol come down 168. If he takes a loss, then I understand that it's hard to do that, but he says he can do it. So let's see what's up.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't the next day Canelo say that he felt like he won the fight?
Yep.
Yeah.
Everything that they say they hate other fighters for, Canelo did that and more. I'm surprised he didn't say the injury thing. That was the only card he didn't have left.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, the judges, he probably saw the unofficial scorecards as well, and judges gave him the first 4 rounds. So in his head, he's thinking, well, if they gave me the first 4, I definitely won 3 other rounds.
Them cards was pretty filled out. How you ever have a 3 judge was all the same exact scorecards, and not even the final numbers that each round they picked was exactly the same. I mean, that's a joke.
It is a joke, but they were forced. They had no. But that's when you know that Bivol completely dominated the fight because they had no choice but to give it to Bivol. It was so one-sided, even though they gave Canelo first 4 rounds. You know what I mean? It wasn't like Canelo Lara. They robbed Lara, in my opinion, but that fight was closer. You know what I'm saying? But this fight was not close, like, at all. I think on my scorecards, I gave, if I remember correctly, I gave him 2, maybe 3.
I had it 9 to 3.
Yeah. I gave him 3 rounds.
Yeah. So that's not a close fight
at all.
That is not a close fight. That means he lost 7 rounds. No, 4 rounds. Sorry. Yeah.
You see what Watcher say about Rolly?
Rolly just said now he won every round, had Tank running scared as well at the press conference. I told you that. I already predicted that's what he was going to do.
I said go in the ring. He should have said that. He should have been talking mad reckless, but it is what it is.
But, you know, this is why, like, I get a lot of people message me sometimes or talk to me behind the scenes like, yo, Devon, like, you should, like, be a part of the media and interview fighters and stuff like that. And I've thought about it. But the one of the big reasons why is because I don't have a filter.
You might be a little too real with them.
I don't got no like, if I'm at the press conference and Rolly's up there, I'm like, hey, Rolly, so why'd you leave the ring, man? You were talking a lot of shit before the fight, so why are you talking now? Like, I ask these questions to fighters, man. You know, like, if I would have been a part of the media during the whole Fury Wilder situation too, I promise you, I probably would have got kicked out of press conferences.
You lose your credentials.
So that's probably why I don't do it, because there is a certain, like, you don't want to say the wrong thing because you don't want fighters to get upset at you because they don't want to do interviews with you anymore. And so, you got to ask these, like, soft questions all the time. And, some of the questions that are asked in the media are just so stupid. It's like you get your like 2-minute opportunity to ask a question, and you ask some dumb shit like, "Hey, what do you think about the training regime of your opponent, or like or their diet, or some dumb shit?" It's like nobody gives a fuck about none of that shit. You want to learn about that? Google it. You can find out. Like, well,
Yeah, LE setback type questions.
like straight to the chest. And the boxing media used to be like that. Like, go back to Howard Cosell when he was doing the whole Ali Frazier. Like, he would get both of these guys. He was basically an instigator. And got these two guys all riled up. That's how it should be, because the media should play a part in building these fights. But they're just not doing it anymore. That should be the role of the media, not just like, oh, I need clicks, I need views, I need popularity, whatever. So let me ask these soft ass questions, and hopefully these fighters will be my friend. No, actually, if they don't like you, you're probably gonna get like more views. Think about this: Radio Raheem, right? With the dumb shit that he said to Wilder. He got millions of views on that shit.
Yeah.
Millions. It blew up his channel. I'm not saying you got to go and be that ignorant, because that was complete ignorance, the question that he asked Wilder. But my point that I'm trying to make is that when there's a challenge, right, when you're not always the fighter's friends, that controversy always sells. Right? So you don't got to be that ignorant and sound that stupid.
Yeah,
but you can
it's
ask
partially
challenging
playing
questions.
dumb, partially playing dumb and acting like you don't know the answer already that you're asking. So that was the situation with Raheem. He knew exactly what it was, but he just triggered Wilder. Yeah.
100%. Yes. So, but it caused waves, right? People were talking about it. And then it came up in the conversation. Either you supported Wilder for his reaction, and a lot of people criticized Wilder, saying that he's irate, he's out of control, he's just a mad black man, all this other crazy shit that was put out there, right? But at the end of the day, it helped sell the fight.
Yeah. On the flip side, he gave Wilder another catchphrase. So, I mean, something
I
good
think
did come out.
The best
Wilder,
part about that is I think that really showed a lot of
and
people
media needs to play more of a role into, like, saying challenging and tough questions and putting things out there and really challenging these fighters, because they have to play their role and to build up these fights. Like if Bud and Spence finally signed the contract to fight, if you're the media, like, you should go at both of these men and be like, hey, Bud, the talk that has been happening over the past, 6-7 months especially, is that you have been scared and you didn't want this fight. You've been avoiding this fight. A lot of people think that you know that Spence is the one that's going to finally stop you. So what do you say to those people? Right? So of course Bud is going to be like, man, what the fuck kind of question is that?
Yeah.
He ain't going to like it, but the people are going to like it. And it's a real question to ask, because that's what people were thinking and feeling. So you put these fighters on the spot, right? And it's not, so you can't just be like sucking up to these fighters so you can get exclusive interviews, right? Because the broad spectrum is that you're going to get more views and recognition by just being straight down the line, instead of just trying to be friendly. Like Ellie Setback trying to be best buddies with Robert Garcia, and the only fighters that he interviews are from Robert Garcia's camp.
Yeah.
And shit like that. So
that's my prime example.
But I guess that's
like, he's super friendly with the fighters. Like when he was with Charlo and his camp and stuff like that. He doesn't ask anything controversial.
He's cringe.
Man, yeah.
He just goes with whatever the flow is. He was actually trying to make an argument that Canelo was still number one pound for pound because the fans were saying it was just the stupidest argument. It's just like, come on, man, Ellie, do better. How you got so much access, man?
He
must be
does.
carrying
Well, because
people's
he's
laundries.
nice.
Yeah.
That's why. Because he's nice, and they know he's not but fighters know he's not a threat. You know, he's going to come in and be nice and, hey, how are you? Can you do an interview with me? You know, and just talk about little soft shit. So fighters don't have to stress out about it. And they don't have to stress out about being challenged. You know, and that's why he gets all this access. And that's why he was super close to Pacquiao. He was super close to Mikey Garcia. He was super close to, like you said, the Charlos and all these guys, because he comes through the door and I was like, oh, it's nice little Ellie, okay, he's not really a threat. But he's I think Mayweather though like called Ellie out. I think at one like press conference interview or maybe like a workout or something like that, years back. And Ellie was coming in with some soft shit, and Mayweather was like, "Man, get this soft shit up out of here, bro." I think it was leading up to the Pacquiao fight. Yeah. Yeah, so
I'm curious.
And I think Broner too. Broner called out Ellie too.
I'm curious when he mentioned Canelo being number one pound for pound. Where do y'all have him at now? Like in your own personal list?
I need to update mine. I haven't updated it in a while. Shit. Maybe you can still keep him in the top 5 or 6, but he definitely got knocked down a few pegs. Absolutely. And with Tank winning tonight too.
Right.
Hey, we're talking about a lot of fights where guys have made definitive statements in their division. We're talking about Charlo, Shakur Stevenson. Charlo, I mean, people could say that, they get salty with me because they automatically put Terrence there. But I'm like, dude, I got Charlo as number one because I feel like he went through the most. Even with a loss, he went through the most to get that undisputed. He fought the toughest competition, period. And so, I would say right now that Canelo probably, like you said, he's floating between 5 and 6 and 7, somewhere like that. Because there's a lot of fights in the right. I mean, literally, and then we're talking about Haney and Kambosos coming up this week. I mean, it's like, dude, like, I'm sorry, bro. Everybody else is catching fire while you decide to make a dud.
Yeah, man. You're gonna continue to get knocked down the Podum toll. But you know what's funny? Soon as Canelo beats Triple G, they'll put him back number one.
Put him back at number one. Yeah. But what does being undisputed put you in the top 5?
I think it should automatically.
Yeah, it should.
So with Canelo losing, Josh Taylor is ahead of Canelo.
Yeah, I guess.
You feel what I'm saying? Like it's
because Canelo didn't lose any of his belts.
Yeah, that's why I hate the pound for pound list, because there's no real like guide to how you get on the list.
Well, a lot of people have Usyk in their top 3.
He's a heavyweight.
He shouldn't be on there because he's a heavyweight. Like the pound for pound was made for people who weren't heavyweights, because heavyweights already got all of the attention. They have
their own division.
Yeah,
they have a whole division to themselves.
Right. They don't go up or down. They're always heavyweight.
Facts. Yeah.
I think the biggest thing is like you said, here's how I still do the traditional one. Now I think really it's became a popularity contest for a lot of these weirdos. But the straight up truth of the matter is, I put it like this. If everybody all of a sudden we had a machine and it turned everybody into the same weight division, everybody was 160, everybody's 160, and they all fought, I based my pound per pound list on who would win and be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's how I decide. If Terrence Crawford was the same size as Canelo, who would I say will win in a fight?
Ooh.
And that's what it comes. That's what it should come down to, Shakur Stevenson, if he was 168 pounder in that division and he went against one of the Charlos or Canelo, who do I think wins that fight? So if I think Shakur wins, I rank him above them. And
Yeah,
that's
that's
basically
fair.
how you should do
I
your pound for
like
pound.
that. I like that. I like that.
I don't really pay too much mind or attention to pound for pound personally. It's just it fluctuates way too much, and there's too many like stipulations behind it to clarify it, to make it clear. I don't mind saying, okay, yeah, this guy should be on the list. This guy should be top 5, or this guy should be top 10. But I don't like drive myself crazy trying to figure out, all right, who's above who. A lot of
Yeah.
channels spend a lot of time. They put their list out there, and then they make a debate about it. And I guess it is always a good talking point to
Yeah. And
discuss like
whose
pound for
list?
pound.
Whose list is the real list? Like, is it
There
ESPN's
isn't one.
list?
There
Or
exactly. It's subjective. There, ESPN has a list. Ring TV has a list. Like Fight Hype and the boxing scene, they have their own fucking list. Like it's all subjective. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I mean,
right?
if you're on the pound for pound list in the top 5 for the majority of your career, and you fought the people that you're supposed to fight, and you were undisputed, you were unified, then what ultimately matters is what your legacy will be on the all-time great list. That's what really matters, in
Right.
my opinion, right? What is your legacy going to be?
Exactly.
The current pound for pound don't mean shit, because it just fluctuates all the time. You can be a current undisputed champion, but if you don't fight for a year and other dudes are fighting and winning, you get knocked down, and then yeah, maybe you come back and win. But it's too subjective to really matter. Just knowing that if you're Bud Crawford, if you're Earl Spence, if you're Tank, if you're Stevenson, whoever you are, knowing that you're on the list it doesn't matter what your placement is. Is knowing that you're one of the best pound for pound fighters, unless you are conquering multiple weight classes. I'm talking like 4 different weight classes, and you've held belts and unified 4 different weight classes, let's say, for example, then maybe you deserve to be like, all right, you are the pound for pound best. Like if Bud beats Spence, in my opinion, he's pound for pound.
Oh, number one, no doubt.
Yeah. There's no question, because the weight classes that he has conquered and beat, and Spence being he is the best welterweight. There's no question. So you beat the best welterweight in the division. There's nobody above Bud if Bud beats Spence. So that's how I view it, right? But pound for pound is like, pound for pound is what it is, right? People make it much more complicated than what it is. That's why I get frustrated and people put cruiserweights and heavyweights in the pound for pound. That's like saying, all right, who would win a fight between a Dogo Argentino and a Pitbull? Well, a Dogo Argentino has like fucking 30 or 40 pounds on a Pitbull. Like they're massive fucking dogs. And they were, they're hunting and fighting dogs just like pit bulls are. They just are a lot bigger. Like it's not like you can't really compare it. Now, pound for pound, yes, pit bulls are some of the strongest dogs there are for their size. That's what pound for pound means. Right? So It's what you accomplish for your size. And that's why it was created, because, yeah, you're right. Heavyweights had their own division. They've always been the diamond of boxing. Your grandma watches fucking heavyweights. Everybody watches heavyweights. You know what I mean?
And it is the only division where you can have somebody significantly bigger than you. And it's just, that's just,
Yes.
what's the name's 40 pounds bigger than you.
goes.
But, oh, well, that's just how it goes, bro. And then
it's so stupid. It's so stupid when people put heavyweights in pound for pound list.
Yeah.
Like for years, ESPN and all these other places had Klitschko in the top 3 pound for pound. It's like, what? Do you even know what pound for pound means?
Yeah, and I saw
what the fuck is wrong with you people?
I saw Fury in ESPN's list, like at 8 or something like that. Like
they've been sliding them in there because ESPN is for it to be a sports station is the most unknowledgeable about boxing. It's fucking pathetic. Like you can't. I don't even watch them to. you can't watch him for anything. It used to be decent back when you had Friday night fights. I always liked the Teddy Atlas, the way he would describe boxing.
Oh,
but
for sure.
now it is just a cesspool of ignorance. They're they're really clout chasers. They don't really know what they're talking about. Like I said, there's
Bro, you
heavyweight
got
should never be in a pound
the
for
main
pound.
dude is Dan Raphael, bro.
Yeah. Big pig.
Are you kidding me? Dan Raphael, like watches boxing fights when he's eating like a 12-piece
cannoli.
McNugget and a McFlurry.
Y'all crazy.
He gets the nuggets in the McFlurry.
Bro,
Come on, man.
bro, they put him on the screen to talk about boxing, and it's like, get this dude off of the screen, man.
Oh man.
The shit's
Divine.
embarrassing.
Is it possible you can play Rolly's audio in the press conference?
Is it up already?
I'm not sure, but they got me interested.
All right, let me see if I can find it.
But they say he going off. Omega, shout out to Omega Red, man.
Oh snap, Rolly. Did he
Omega Red and
Did he go
watch.
in the back and find his nuts?
Let's see. Rolly Romero, full post fight after knockout, says why he lost and what's next. Let's see here. Yeah, I got to go to Fight Hype because any other channel, they like to shut me down.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. All right, yeah, let's sit back and watch this, and it'll probably we'll watch it. We'll do some closing thoughts, and then I'll probably wrap it up. It's been a long stream. Yeah, and
4 hours strong, man. Impressive.
Oh man. Every time. Every time. But that's that true love, man, for the sport.
Oh yeah.
Let's see here.
Tank Davis, special. Rolly Romero has nothing to hold his head down about. I thought that he was fighting a very good fight. He got caught with a big shot. Tank showed his experience in the fight. He was very patient, and he was able to do what he needed to do to close the show. I can tell you right now, though, about Rolly Romero.
I'm just gonna skip to Rolly.
Sit here. Sit right.
Rolly looked big though, right? For 135.
He did.
He looked like he's like
How you guys
147.
doing? Amazing fight.
Rolly, Keith Idek from BoxingScene.com back here.
I can feel it. He's about to talk shit.
Rolly,
Yeah.
you tell us what you remember of what happened and the shot that Tank caught you with.
He caught me with left hook. I jumped in and I just jumped into a shot.
Do you agree with the referee's decision to stop the fight?
I'm a warrior. I wanted to continue the fight. So, if I could continue, I would have continued.
Did you feel you were winning the fight at that point?
I won all 6 rounds.
There it is. There it is.
We need to run that shit back.
Oh, he pissed too. Look at his face. He
Oh,
pissed.
man. A rematch?
Here.
I think a rematch would sell
Rolly,
crazy.
can you tell us what you remember of what happened and the shot that Tank caught you with?
He caught me with left hook. I jumped in and I just jumped into a shot.
This guy's wild. He a wild boy.
Do you agree with the referee's decision to stop the fight?
I'm a warrior. I wanted to continue the fight. So, if I could continue, I would have continued.
Did you feel you were winning the fight at that point?
I won all 6 rounds.
Look at his face.
I won every moment of that fight. I exposed him, and we need to run that shit back.
Oh man.
He's serious too.
I exposed him, he said.
Hey, Rolly. Obviously, before the fight, you were talking about the first round knockout, but did you Want to be a more tactical, a more tactical fight as you showed in the first 5+ rounds?
In the second fight,
No, tonight you were very tactical. Very. You fought at your own pace tonight. Was that the game plan going in?
honestly, yeah, I did not want to give. I mean, if I could have got first round knockout, I would have done it, But I know he's expecting a first round knockout, so I wasn't able to get the first round knockout. So I was tactical throughout the entire fight.
Rolly, back here. Mike Coppinger, ESPN. Hey, Rolly, congrats on a great performance. You have never been fighting. You've never fought a top guy like that before, so you showed a lot. And obviously, there's a lot of top fighters at 135. Who do you want to fight next? I
want Gervonta Davis again. I was winning that fucking fight, and I just got hit with a clean shot. That's all, and that's that.
Outside of Gervonta, are there any other names you like? I mean, I know you've mentioned Devin Haney on occasion. He's fighting next week for the Undisputed Championship against Kambosos. There's Ryan Garcia.
No, I want Gervonta Davis again. I exposed his ass, and everybody in this room knows it.
Wow.
I got caught with a good shot. That's all.
Oh, he's about to cry.
Rolly, great performance. I think you should be proud of yourself. You did great.
Here comes
If
Ellie
there is a
setback.
There you go.
What would be different?
I just want to jump into a shot like that again. Like I said, I had him running like a bitch the entire fight.
Damn.
And like I said, he got a nice shot in. That's all that happened. He got hurt multiple times. And he ran around. He was terrified of me.
King,
and I doubt he'll do the rematch again.
And Coach Bullet, what was
He knocked you out. So why would
Exactly.
Like you did a great performance, like we all saw. I know that Rolly could outbox pretty much 90% of the fighters in boxing, even though people always talk about his power. Rolly's a very talented fighter, and he showed that tonight against a 3-division world champion. He whooped his ass round after round. When he hurt him, Tank did the smart thing and he held, and the ref let him get away with it. But it was a great performance.
God.
Mistakes are made in the game. The best of the best, Ali, Mike Tyson, every last one of them took an L. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I'm very proud of my fighter, and I will never turn him in for nobody else, straight up.
He said he boxes better than 90%.
Philadelphia Sunday Sun. My question to you: you said that you were beating them up, and what were you doing? What was working for you tonight?
Stiff jab, 2-1, just over and over again. That hurt him multiple times in the fight.
Marcus Hayes, Fight Hub TV. Rolly, Bullet, congratulations for a good showing tonight. Just came up a little bit short. My question is for Rolly. Rolly, early in the fight, you seem to be landing almost at will. When you were hitting Davis, could you tell if your punches were having effect on him?
I mean, he was running around. I mean, he got hurt multiple times throughout that entire fight. So I'll be honest with you, that referee helped him a lot. All he would do is hold me and hold me and hold me. And
wow, here we go with that.
That's that.
Yeah. What about the knockout? Like,
wow.
Mark Hamilton from Fight Sports. What was your best punch of the fight? What do you think he caught him with?
Stiff jab.
What
Yeah, stiff jab. It was multiple times. Multiple times.
Look at this guy. Look at him.
Goodness.
He look like a tweaker. Where are these
Look
dudes
at him.
going? Come on.
Look at this guy.
I know that look.
So who's worse?
I know that look when somebody's about to steal your wallet or something. Like,
Right? Peeking around the corner and shit. They peeking around the corner while you walk by.
yeah.
Who's worse though, him or the trainer?
No, the train. Look, I can.
They
get,
both
the
deranged.
trainer is tripping. Look, whatever they're drinking over there, the water is tainted. Somebody
Oh
needs to
my
do something.
goodness.
These dudes been drinking the Kool-Aid.
That's some Tyson Fury water.
He's better than 90% of the boxers in the game.
90. He said he can outbox 90% of the boxers at his weight class.
Yeah.
The reason why he
Come
got
on.
knocked out was because he was outboxed. That's the problem.
Exactly.
He was soundly outboxed, and that's why he got dropped.
He didn't know Gervonta could fight on the back foot. And that confused
And by the
shit out of
way,
him.
he mentioned too about the referee was helping Tank Davis, which this is a classic. Like, people used to complain about Mayweather all the time about the same shit. But the referee actually warned Rolly twice, once about elbows and another time about a low blow. So
Yeah, he actually pushed
the
off with an
referee,
elbow
you know what I'm
at one
saying?
point.
Like, you don't put the referee into this shit. Because you can argue, if you're a Tank fan, you can say, well, you should have got a point taken away for the low blow or for the elbows, because you got warned firmly, like at least 2 or 3
Right.
times. So,
And they got to
you know what I mean?
understand a knockout. It's called the eraser for a reason. Like, no matter what happens in a fight, you get knocked out. Like, everything that happened is erased.
Oh yeah,
like it's
absolutely
done. Like, no matter what happened, you came back and you got knocked out.
I remember back in the day of Tommy Morrison, he used to get outboxed in fights for rounds and rounds and rounds, but he just had that left hook, just put people to sleep. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he did that for a long time until he, you know what I'm saying, he bit off more than he can chew.
Right.
And he got stopped himself. But like this happens, man. You're exactly right. It's like this problem now, he's going to cry for a rematch for the next 3 months. He's going to be on social media. He's going to do interviews. I exposed Tank. I did this. I did that. Tank ain't shit. I was winning the whole fight. He just got me with the lucky punch. But to what King of Kings was saying, why don't you say that shit ringside, like in the ring?
Right.
Like, you leave the fucking ring and then you wait so you can gather your thoughts in the locker room so you can talk shit at the press conference. It's like, man, this dude, come on. And this coach, bro.
I think the coach is the problem. I think the coach is the problem. I think the coach is going to be like
gassing him up, bro.
Yeah,
gassing him up.
But that's going to be the whole reason he doesn't make it nowhere in his career if he keeps that same coach. Absolutely not. Get rid of him. Like, I would not have that guy coaching me.
Hey, Tank said it to him too, that the coach, like he said, all your fighters, and I'm gonna be honest, I see some ability, like not abilities are necessary, some physical attributes for Rolly, and I think his coach didn't bring out nothing from him. Like, what was he ducking down and like, what are you doing? And then he says that the fool's delusional. What are you teaching him in the gym? Oh, that's great footwork. You're throwing amazing punches. And I was sitting there laughing when he was warming up. I was like, look how he's throwing those punches. Are you serious?
Right.
Yeah.
And the coach ain't saying
like
nothing.
his hand goes way back here before he throws a punch.
Yeah.
Superman punch.
But Tank did say, I know none of your fighters have skill. And that, I think it was the first press conference, maybe.
Yeah.
Was it the first one? He was like, I know none of your fighters have skill. And then Bullet was like, you don't know nothing about me or something like that. But he was like,
no, he said it. He said that recently.
Was that the second
I
press
think that was
conference?
this week. Yeah, I think it was
Yeah,
this week.
he said that in the final press conference.
Wow. That's crazy.
And
but he was spot on, obviously.
Tank had a point. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, and like I said earlier, I thought Rolly was going to come out more aggressive than what he did. He was forced to try and like box a little bit, which then actually played into Tank's favor. You would almost say, fuck it, Rolly should have just been more aggressive. Just go for it. Right? Because maybe you can
that's the only chance I gave him.
Right? Because Tank admitted, right, he wasn't warmed up yet in the first, second round, and he got hit a couple times. Like, so if you just jumped all over him, then maybe you could have done something. But the problem is when you reverted to boxing, and at times you would just like stand in front of Tank, all you're doing is letting Tank get that boxing brain working so he can start calculating and finding that timing. And that's exactly what happened. You played right into Tank's hands, and that led to you getting knocked out, basically. So, you know, and I expected actually for Rolly to just come guns blazing.
He was
And
too
he was like,
exaggerated. It was like his reactions to punches, his defense, the way he would like leap all the way back. It was so disjointed, and it was just like, dude, like, look, just come straight, throw the right
Kinda
hand, go for
amateurish,
broke.
right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, exactly. Very amateur, bouncing, like leaping. His flinches was like, the kind that you make fun of
Oh
somebody
yeah, I
in the
saw that.
schoolyard.
I
It
saw
was
that.
like, dude, he's not even
Oh
swinging.
yeah, like
What are you
when
doing?
Tank did the feints, right? When Tank did the feints,
Yes.
He would jump real
he's like-
hard at the feints.
Yeah. Sometimes he wouldn't put his head, he like turn his head, anticipating he got hit already. I'm like, what are you doing, bro? Like look, somebody, like I said, somebody should have, look, man, you got 3 rounds to beat this dude. Throw that right hand over and over again. If win, lose, or draw, that's your best chance to get this guy out of there. You need
because he's a
I want
southpaw.
him to be more dirty, get more dirty with it, get more nasty, get in the but it was just kind of like he was trying to cut off the ring, which he didn't know how to do. It was just.
But imagine if the coach was saying, "Oh, go in there and box, and the knockout will come."
He was.
That's the wrong advice against Tank. The advice should be, "You're strong, you're long, you know what I'm saying. You
Bigger,
just go
yeah.
after him, get dirty with it." Every time he clenches you, go to the body and then jump right into him again. Keep your hands up and just dig. You know, like work. And Rolly does have some athletic ability. It's like he reminds me of a guy who is pretty good at sports, and then at 18 years old or whatever the fuck he was, I'm gonna try boxing, and he's able to get so far because he's athletic, but he doesn't have the IQ. He doesn't have the experience. He doesn't have the savviness, right? And it happens in boxing all the time.
Yeah, he's a poor man's Kermit Cintron.
Right.
Basically.
It's these crossover boxers. That's what I call them.
Yeah.
That's what they are. They're crossovers, right? They did some other sports. They're kind of athletic, whatever. And then they graduate high school and they're like, oh, well, anybody can do boxing, right? Like you said, it's a poor man's sport. Like you just go up into a boxing ring. You got some athletic ability. You can stand out pretty quickly, because not everybody who goes into the ring are athletic, because boxing is unique like that. You get super athletic guys who can play other sports, but then you get guys who are not athletic at all, but it's not like they're easy to beat. They can be durable. They can be strong. They can hit really hard. You know what I mean? So that's the beautiful thing about boxing. See, it's not like one particular sport where basketball, you have to like be really, really good at basketball and you got to be above everybody else in a lot of these different categories. Where boxing is, you don't necessarily have to be the most athletic. But sometimes that fact that your athleticism gets to your head. I've seen it in the gym thousands of times. The guys come in, they're really athletic. They move around really well. They got good reflexes, but they make amateur mistakes like Rolly did tonight, like jumping into punches, dropping your hands, overreacting, burning yourself out, not breathing correctly, little shit like that. So damn, bro, it's not a basketball match where you can take it easy on defense. I'm gonna take a break on defense. Really? There is no breaks unless you're sitting on that stool in between rounds.
I definitely respect his power. Like, if he would have connected with a nice one, he had a chance. And that I think that's what enticed me the entire fight. Is I'm like, I know Tank's gonna beat him, but there's a chance that he could get hit with a crazy one. Because I went back and watched like 10 of his fights, because I hadn't watched much of Rolly besides the last 2 fights. But Rolly hits hard as shit, and he does. He's a problem.
He's a big lightweight too.
Yeah, he is. He's huge for 135, but he is a problem. He just because he lost this fight and the skill set, well, there's levels to it, but he's gonna beat some people. Like he's gonna beat some people that will surprise you, and because just
based off of size, athleticism, and power, he's gonna beat people.
Right,
but he'll never beat guys like Tank. He won't beat Haney.
No.
He won't beat Shakur Stevenson. I don't even know if he can beat Kambosos.
What about
I don't know.
He's a
Ryan
baller.
Garcia?
Oh yeah, I think what?
Ryan Garcia? Oh, I think he knocks out Ryan Garcia.
I think
Yeah, I
that's
think
his best chance. I think that's the guy I had in mind. I think he can beat Ryan
because
Garcia.
that's not even just because everybody hates Ryan, but but for real, like stylistically, that's a match made for heaven for Rolly.
Right. Yep. And I think Pitbull
Rolly doesn't have
dogs
to worry about
Rolly.
much. He can just let his hands go.
Right. I think Pitbull dogs Rolly. Like I mean, there's some people
Pitbull's
out there to
just
watch.
so much smaller though. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
tough.
he's really small, but he uses his size to his advantage. Also, he's like a baby Mike Tyson, kind of with the peekaboo type head down, overhand rights over when he ducks, he throws it overhand
the looping
right
shots and shit like that. The shots that you don't see it.
Right.
But
I still think Rolly has some development. That's the funny part about it. I don't think let's not burn this dude. I think he still has maybe a couple years if he gets some proper training.
He's only got 14 fights, bro.
Yeah, he's still very young. Like we're really low key. Like I said, I mean, we've hyped it up for whatever, but I mean, just to keep it real and not to shit on Rolly and say that he's a bad. But truth be told, this is a cherry for Gervonta Davis at his level, a guy that's won multiple titles, where the junior titles or whatever, a different division. He's at the top of the division. And I don't really like using box rec, but box rec Rolly's like 21.
Yeah,
there's
right.
I mean, it's not. It's let's be honest. This isn't Diaz or any of the guys, and it just isn't even Fortuna. He hasn't even fought a Fortuna type level guy. And
it just so happened that Rolly convinced people that he had a chance.
Yeah, no, he absolutely sold it. Like I put this all on Rolly back. He did a great job
with the fucking
maximizing
with the fur coats and shit.
Yeah, in the summertime, sun blazing with the fur coat on.
Oh, with the sunglasses, the big ass glasses and shit. Like, I mean, he sold it. And actually, him talking the way he is talking right now actually helps Tank.
Right.
Because he's continuing to convince the people that he was in the fight and he was winning the fight. Right. So therefore, it actually helps Tank's claim to take a fight like Rolly, right? But it's not going to fool everyone. But it'll still fool some people. I'm sure there's people on YouTube right now that probably had Rolly up. You never fucking know, right? So
what was that 6-round knockout?
Yeah,
I
had it 3-2.
Yeah, I was gonna say I had it 3-2. So yeah, he didn't win it all 6 rounds. Come on, man. You got knocked out in the 6th round.
You can't win the 6th round when you're sleeping.
Exactly. Like, come on, man.
Been part of the
I was winning until I got knocked out. Yeah. Okay. Well, on the scorecards, it's 5 rounds though. The 6th round doesn't count. They don't score the 6th round.
I was 3-2.
Hey, I can take Rolly, but his coach is full of shit. I swear to God.
He needs to change him. He needs to fire that guy. Ridiculous. He needs to change. I hope his dad sees it and like, okay, we need to change.
Is he like Haitian American?
I'm not
coach?
Sure.
Yeah. Like Bermain Sterveen, Bermain was like Haitian.
I think he is. Bullet, I think he is something like he's some type of islander. I don't think he's Jamaican, but yeah, he might be Haitian.
Because he needs to
go back
the long dreadlocks and shit.
He needs to go back over there because I'm telling you, if he keeps this coach, like Rolly's career is just gonna be ruined. He needs a solid guy that can tell you can't have a yes man coach. Like that fight, he needs to tell Rolly, like, well, this what happened, this what we need to work on. Not like, the judges was helping, and he needs a guy that's.
He was the one trying to bring up to talk about that he might have broke his ankle on stage yesterday. I'm like, man, this guy he's a built-in excuse machine. He's a hype man for him.
And I think he also got a piece of like he felt a piece of fame also because he was in the camera a lot.
Oh, he got paid
Like,
tonight too.
Yeah, I think he was he felt a little fame. And you see, like after the second round or something, he jumped in, he damn near went to the middle of the ring, saying something like a late punch or something like that. But like I think he felt more. He was more than a trainer then. He was like a trainer, actor, a couple of things all in one. But Rolly needs like to reset and actually look at his camp because he needs to develop skills. He needs to train his power also. The guy can knock people out, but he needs to be trained to use it correctly. And Bullet
especially as you start going up, like, you know, and actually fighting skillful fighters, like that power, it's just not gonna. This isn't heavyweights, right? Like this isn't Wilder that we're talking about. That he doesn't have to be the most skillful, but his power is just like undeniable, right? Rolly's got power, but it's not like one punch. Like I can like Wilder can punch through the guard and still knock you out.
Right.
Like that type of power. Like Rolly doesn't have that type of power. He needs to learn how to set up his power correctly. I agree. This coach, he's not the one. He's just not the one.
Yeah, Rolly's jab was a little better than I expected. It looks like it's the beginning.
Yeah, he jabbed to the body well as well. He went down low a lot.
I was surprised by that. I was like, I saw some ability, but like I said, it needs to be. It's so raw. It just needs to be harnessed. It's like I was getting some left hook Lacey feelings from him. Like, dude, somebody just needs to really teach you how to fight, and they got to humble you. It has to be somebody that he's going to listen to. But I don't know how. I don't know. Maybe he's not in the Mayweather, but I've never even heard this dude Bullet till now. So it's just like you need a better trainer, man, fast, because for him to sit there and say he's better than 90, he can outbox 90%. Who are you watching? Are you playing Fight Nights or something?
Right.
I mean,
but that's that yes man syndrome. Like he's just saying all the right things for Rolly to hear. You know what I mean?
Well,
like you need to tell him, like, hey, if we're gonna go anywhere, we need to break it down to the fundamental. Like he's telling him, like, you can outbox such and such. No, he
can't go backwards at all.
Exactly. Like oh my goodness, man.
Rolly couldn't go. He can't go backwards at all. Like Tank put him on the back foot. He's struggling.
Oh man.
Yeah. So you
just
get up
with feints,
imagine,
like with feints, he was
imagine him and Shakur Stevenson. Shakur will just walk Rolly down and just rip him to the body, and
masterclass.
He's going to be quicker to the punch. He's got, and you know, because Shakur's got that amateur pedigree, like on a different level. You know, he's been in the Olympics, and like he would destroy Rolly right now. But Rolly's got time, man. He's young. He's got time. He's got upside. He's like, I agree. He needs a better coach. He needs to be humble a little bit. Like somebody needs to like, hey, take a deep breath, chill. Like you're gassing yourself up way too much. You're gonna fuck around, and Tank's gonna give you the rematch, and he's gonna knock you out in one.
Right.
Like, and then what? Like, come on, man. Just chill. Or you're gonna gas yourself up so much that, you know, who knows what he's gonna do now. He may be in such denial that he just starts calling out everybody, and then somebody will take his challenge, and seriously embarrass this dude. And Rolly could be that guy who, oh yeah, there was this one young fighter who was kind of good once, and that would be it.
Yeah.
So he needs to be careful because that shit happens in boxing all the time. But yeah, hey fellas, man, I'm gonna get up out of here, man. I'm gonna get on with my day. It's been a long and fruitful live stream, man. But I appreciate both you guys coming in, man, and chopping it up with me, making it a little bit more interesting as a little post-fight thoughts, man. Everyone else, I think a lot of people got the live stream going, but they're sleeping.
For real.
I think they just left it open and they out there sleeping, man. But look, man, it's been a long night of boxing, man. I appreciate every single one of you guys. I'll be back on here. So the next fight is obviously Kambosos and Haney, right? I might drop some other type of vid in between that at some point, but I will definitely, of course, be commentating on that fight live, and I expect it to be way bigger than it was tonight. And we had at one point 900 people in here tonight, so
yeah,
it's going to be a massive fight. It's going to be full of Aussie fans as well. So it's gonna be intense. So make sure you guys don't miss that, man. But I'm gonna get up out of here, man. Any final thoughts? Go ahead and drop them off, and we'll call it a night or super early morning.
Oh, I guess real quick, I don't know if anybody caught the interview with the Wilder this morning, man, but there was a great interview on, I don't know if it was 78 or Trill Boxing's channel, but this morning
78.
with Wilder. Yeah, it was an excellent interview. Y'all go check it out, man. It was real good.
Fantastic interview. A lot of love and positivity, no negativity, just a bunch of love and a bunch of positive shit. And that's what I like to hear, man. It was a fantastic interview.
Yeah, man. All I got is keep supporting Divine, man. Great channel. I use it for all of my content, and along with my boy Drew. These are the two channels I watch, and everybody keep supporting. I'll definitely jump back and join you on whatever, Divine. Just hit me up, and God bless everybody, man. It's been fun.
Yeah, and you know what, man? Like, hopefully you'll be around after the Haney and Kambosos fight. I know you'd be like, I don't know if you got the day off or you're working late that night.
Yeah, I'll be off that night.
Yeah, so obviously come in, listen to the commentary, and then it'll be good to have you on the post fight once again for that fight. I think that post fight talk it'll be quite lit.
I'll be here. I'll be here.
All right, man. Well, thanks for dropping in, man, and we'll catch you soon, bro.
All right, salute everybody.
All right, y'all get some sleep.
Oh yeah, I'm done. Have a good night, y'all.
All right.